Hello, beautiful people. Thank you all for joining us today. We'll be talking about homesteading, getting out of the cities, finding a place of your own, moving somewhere where you don't have people piled up on all sides around you in some sort of repulsive anthroposcape. And I look forward to talking to our guests about this. We are joined by the Woodlander from Britain. You guys, many of you will know of his channel. Those of you who don't, I recommend you check it out. There is a link in the description below. We'll be talking to him at length here today about his own experiences. We've got Furius Pertinax coming to us from that place where everything's upside down and backwards. And he is going to be talking to us about living out in the country and making your way in that fashion, the perspective of horticulture, agriculture, stock rearing, and all of that kind of stuff. And I am hoping that someone in a very similar position to my own, Charlemagne, who was scheduled for this stream, will eventually show up. I wanted to have him on because he, like me, does not have as much background in all of this as these gentlemen do. He recently moved out to a spot of his own, way out in the country. And from what I understand, he enjoys it very much, and he's sort of making his place there. I, too, am in a similar situation. I've moved out to the country within the last year, just as Charlemagne has. And I'm sort of getting my bearings out here. I'm not entirely a city person. I have some background from living in rural areas when I was young. My grandmother used to keep, chickens and goats and that sort of thing and live in the country. And I have some real live country people friends. So it's not entirely alien to me, but then again, it's not the environment I was raised in. So you'll get some perspective from me in that respect. I had hoped to have Charlemagne on here because then we've got two Americans. He's younger than I am. I'm older. I think Woodlander is closer to my age. I think Furious is probably closer to Charlemagne's age. So hopefully Charlemagne will get in here. If not, nevertheless, we have an American, an Australian, and a Brit, and we've got some different ages going on here and some different perspectives, and hopefully this will be enough to present an interesting discussion for all of you today. Before we get started, please do follow my channel, Semiagog, as well as the Safer Space. There are two of them over here on YouTube. You can also follow me on Odyssey and on BitChute. God help you with all the problems BitChute has. There's also Telegram, and Woodlander is also over on Telegram. I'll let him shill his stuff here in just a moment, but I just realized I didn't put the Telegram link, but there is a link for his YouTube channel below. Yeah, follow me on Telegram, follow me on Gab, and on Twitter, Odyssey, BitChute, and all of that. Last but not least, there are my books. I won't fully shill them now so we can get to a discussion without this opening taking too long, but there are links for them. You can get them off of Amazon. They're down in the description below. Also, you'll see links for Charlemagne's channel, even if he doesn't show up. He's a peep, so go check out his channel. And for Furious, I know you can find him on Twitter, and he also appears quite regularly over on Apostolic Majesty's excellent channel. So first off, gentlemen, welcome to both of you. Thanks very much for coming on to talk about this. And I'd invite whichever one of you wants to go first. Let's say, I don't know, Woodlander, maybe introduce people to you, to your channel, and give them some sort of understanding of what your background is with all of this. And then we can jump over, and Furious can do the same, if that's all right with you, gents.
Well, thank you very much for having me on, Semiagog. A little bit about myself. I bought 2.5 acres of woodland in the UK about 7 years ago. I built a 4-bedroomed family home from scratch out of timber and acquired some animals, mostly poultry, but also 7 dogs, 7 cats. And I live completely off grid. So my electricity is solar, and we can talk about that later on. And water is rainwater collection and then run through a filter system into the cabin. Gas, I use propane. So I'm off grid, living in the middle of an ancient woodland in the UK, and have done for quite a few years now. And it's beautiful, and I don't see why more people don't do it. It's tricky in the UK, to say the least, but there are ways of doing it, and there are things you can do, and it's an understandable way of living. And I say that because I always had trouble looking at life within the system when I, owned a home and was tied to a mortgage and had to work 9-10 hours every day to get money to pay bills, and it was the rat race. And lots of people will understand that. And I was always left with the feeling that there's got to be something more. There's got to be something better. And in the end, I found it. In the end, I did it myself. I disengaged from that system, shut down my bank accounts, started to use only cash, saved all of my money, and bought a little piece of land. And it is little. 2.5 acres is, we were speaking just before the stream started, and it's funny to see the acreage between the three of us. And Semi-Agog, you're about 10 acres, and Furius there with hundreds and hundreds of acres, and me with 2.5 acres. But I've been amazed with what you can actually do with such what seems like a small amount of land, and the food I can grow and the animals I can keep. And I'll be absolutely honest with you, I've got probably half an acre which I've left and fenced off and just left as woodland, which I rarely have a chance to even get into, and I've got plans for it. But in the last 2 years, I haven't been able to do anything because the rest of the land takes so much time, and to keep on top of it and to look after the animals and planting the food and looking after the whole off-grid system. So you don't need that huge amount of land to be self-sufficient. And I'm not saying that I'm 100% self-sufficient, but I can see a day relatively quickly where I will be in that position, and I will pass it over to Furious.
Well, thank you, Woodlander, and indeed, thank you, Semi, for having me on. This is a fascinating topic, and I'm glad we've managed to circle around to it because I think it's one that is pertinent for people who sort of share our perspective and our worldview. And Woodlander put it very aptly that when you're acquainted with the system, the more you realize what it is, the more sense of in a way disgust you have against it, and the more you realize that you can't sort of be yourself and be a part of it at the same time. I mean, just as a short anecdote, I remember when I used to drive to work on the, when I used to have a job when I used to go to uni, and I would drive over, a couple of overpasses that were sort of over our highways, our freeways, and just at 6:30 in the morning, just seeing headlights all the way to the horizon, and just thinking to myself, this is a horrible way to live. How on earth do people subject themselves to this? And, a decade or so later, I guess we've probably all come a long way in a decade in our own sort of respective ways. But yeah, those initial inkling feelings prove themselves to be more right than I first realized. And I think if you think about, I'll obviously be mindful of time. I don't want to go on massive tangents. Semi, I'll keep in mind, the well-being of your channel. But to keep it brief, well, mankind broadly speaking, but the European man has had a very close relationship with the land upon which he's tread. be they the ancient Gauls or the Germans, be they the Greeks or the Italic peoples of Italy, be they the Brythonics, be they the Anglo-Saxons. Our relationship with the land is tied into our history, our mythos, and our folklore. And sadly, modernity has stripped us from that. And so, I think this as a subject is a very important one, because in many ways, we meme about return, but living on the land is actually a genuine return. And like Woodlander, accurately says, you don't need a lot. I mean, for those who know sort of me, I suppose I live within sort of like a family unit, and my parents have retired to a smaller property, and it's almost 100 acres. But I mean, we have our own livestock, and we have we have an orchard. So we've sort of chosen what we wanted to do for the next phase of our life, and that suits us. But it's amazing the things that you learn when you sort of have to do things. And a part of what I will hopefully elucidate onto today is that actually my father migrated to Australia as a boy, and so I've heard a lot of stories and a lot of first-hand accounts of what it was like moving to a harsh landscape like Australia. And obviously, you know as foreigners, as non-Anglos, there was a language barrier as well, so it was very tough for them. And so I hope to what degree I'm able to, I can convey some of those lessons for you, Semigog and Woodlander, and for you wonderful people in the audience on the stream tonight.
Well, thank you, sir. I don't doubt that we can get into the whys and wherefores and details of it now, and I look forward to doing so. I think um, there's there are a couple there are a few different ways to come at this, and hopefully we can sort of march from one direction towards the center of it, and then maybe back up, come in from another direction, to show some different angles on the subject. A few of them that come to mind, or one of them certainly that comes to mind, is a point that Woodlander was hammering on about how much space you actually need. Um, and I do want to talk about that, because planting vegetables in 5-gallon buckets is something that people do. There've been studies where they've shown that with small rooftop gardens arranged in that fashion, with just a few yards of space and sunlight, you can actually produce large amounts of food, that kind of thing. I think there is value in taking a look at what's really involved with all of this, how much you actually need. I think it's important to hammer the vision of how to get to this life into shape, so that people understand it's not out of their reach. That was a major realization of mine with my own little modest move. But before we get to that, and I think Woodlander is going to have a lot to share in that respect, and I have some thoughts of my own. But before we get to that, I want to understand why it is that both you gentlemen and both of you gentlemen and your families decided to move out of the great hives. And before I turn it over to you, I guess I'll just throw my own thinking in this regard out there. For me, as a young man, I liked the idea of going to the country. I liked to spend time in the woods. I grew up playing in the forests. It's my environment. It was my play environment. If you grow up in a forest and play there, you'll always be connected to it later in life. It's like, wrestling as a kid. You never forget how later. It's just something that imprints you. So there was that respect, but I also wanted it's like Pinocchio running off to the circus. I wanted to chase skirts. I wanted to get drunk. I wanted to go to parties. I wanted to pursue, making money and making a name for myself with the various companies that I was involved with, this kind of thing. So I think early on, it would have been difficult for me to see this path as an option. So I didn't even recognize it as being something that could be as great as it's proven to be thus far. So, I don't know if major things happened with me just getting older that changed my outlook on this. That's probably a part of it. But the main things the main things that made me make this choice, and I'm very, very happy I did so, there are sort of two angles. One, I mean, is just a native gut desire to get away from the stink, to get away from the incivility and the rudeness, to get away from just the horror of all these bodies piled on each other, going to visit people at their crappy new apartments that are going to just fall apart in 10 years because they've been designed to have to be replaced. Quarter-inch thick sheetrock walls. You can hear people, belching in the room beside you, or in the apartment beside you. It just the traffic, as has been discussed, the pollution, the outrageous expenses that are just imposed upon you daily as a matter of course. Yeah, there's all of that, but for me there are two other things that really stand out. One, there's this great author. As a matter of fact, he may even be an Australian. His name is Peter J. Wilson, an anthropologist, if I remember correctly. I forgot to grab the book before the stream started, but I think it's called The Domestication of the Human Species. And in it, he talks about building homes and moving from a hunter-gatherer society to a settled, sedentary, civilized environment, and the changes that come in human behavior when you do so. And one of the ones that really stands out, if you want to hear more about it, go check out the book. But just to summarize it very briefly, the idea is that only when you move into a settled space and you attain privacy, and from his perspective, there is both the privacy between individual dwelling units that are associated with a family grouping, but then there's also the privacy within a given home. And further, the way in which areas of the home begin to break out for specialized activities. You could have the one room clapboard settler's cabin, right, where everybody's in one giant room. But eventually you get to the point where we have different rooms set aside for different purposes. There's different degrees of privacy. There are public and family only areas of the house. The wasteland that we currently suffer is represented in the terms we use to talk about the parts of our houses and their activities. So, you've got like a living room, quote unquote, which is basically where you sit and watch television. That's where your life happens. Your life happens in the living room, which is where you look at a screen, and very often we've got, big bedrooms, but small offices, this kind of thing. The place you sleep has a large amount of areas set aside for it. It's all ass backwards and screwed up. And these are all aspects of what I'm pointing to here. But the main thing is the idea of privacy and what that allows you to do in terms of undertaking certain activities. There are creative activities, there are speculative activities, philosophical activities that are absolutely not suited to the modern world. And so, you have the idea of the philosopher who goes off into the desert, or the idea of monasticism, the ability to get away. I mean, we've even got the American tradition with people like Thoreau, to withdraw to nature to think. You can build a tiny little hut out at the edge of your field to write, some kind of work like Heidegger. So that's one aspect, the idea of privacy and space and what it will allow me to do. But the second aspect, and I won't go on forever here, has to do with territory. The more I look into animal behavior and ethology, it becomes very, very apparent that animals become deeply fucked up when they're deprived of their territory and their instinctual territorial expressions. And this doesn't have to always manifest strictly as like territorial behavior. It doesn't have to involve, locking antlers or, contesting borderlines. It can have to do with scent marks in much smaller places and this kind of thing. Anyway, there's the angle of ethology, but there's an additional step with that, which is looking at animal behavior in captivity. You can go and look at like a Nicholas Tinbergen, or you can go and look at Konrad Lorenz, and they will talk to you about the behavior of wild animals out there in the world. But I find it much more interesting. Not that those authors aren't, pioneering and interesting in their own right, but I found it much more interesting to look at the works of this Swiss guy named Heine Heidegger, who ran a zoo And he studied animal behavior from the perspective of animals in captivity. And that's a very interesting thing. How do I say this? In the in the period of the mid-century Germans, there were authors, scientists, and the rest, people studying animal behavior biology, and this kind of thing, nascent genetics as well, I suppose, and they argued or attempted to argue that there's a direct parallel between domesticating animals and the changes that happen with them and civilization of human beings and the changes that happen with them. And all the changes aren't good. Domesticated animals become more docile, more easy to manage, but a lot of problems come with it too. For example, they're not really concerned about mate selection. If they're in rut, you put them in the same environment, and very often they'll, mate and breed, and offspring will be the issue. But so bear in mind the idea that domestication and civilization track together in some senses in terms of producing benefits as well as drawbacks. And looking at these works by Heine Heidegger and the view of animals in captivity, you find out that when animals aren't able to have sufficient territory, as you often see, particularly in the old days with zoos, where you just look at this horrible concrete room behind iron bars. In the days, some of you may be old enough to remember the days when zoos were much more like that, rather than beautifully, built out terrariums and this kind of thing. It looks horrible, and it looks like they're miserable and like they want to die. You look into the eyes of like an orangutan behind the bars, and you're like, oh my God, this is horrible. And the more you read about how these animals are forced to live, deprived of their territory, deprived of the ability to roam it, and the way in which this leads to this evident lack of status that goes with lack of territory, leads to hormonal problems and psychological problems. And you look at wild animals in captivity, and you find out that like autophagy is a problem. They're so fucked up they begin to eat themselves, and they have to be shot by the zookeepers, and many other very, very strange things that happen in these highly stressful environments. So for me, to bring this back around into a close, thank you for your patience, everyone. For me, I felt like I had to get out because, number one, it was just horrible. And further, I wanted to get out because I wanted privacy in order to think. In many of these cases, I can't even hear myself think. And furthermore, I wanted territory. I have a dream of my own now that the leaves are finally coming off the trees where I am. Not down under, obviously, but up here in the normal world, it's getting cool, and I'm going to cut a path along the border of my territory, and I'm going to walk that shit every night with a lantern, like a damn hermit with a ring of light around me, and I'm going to mark my territory and enjoy the pleasure that comes with knowing I have it and I can patrol it, and it's my space to whatever extent anything is mine at this point. Now, before I turn it over to you guys, it looks like blessedly Charlemagne is with us, so let me just bring him in, and then we can jump through that and turn to your various answers. Welcome, Charlemagne. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry I'm late. I'm actually staying. So in my situation I've gotten into, I'm sharing some property with two of my friends, and I'm actually staying in one of their campers at the moment, watching 4 cats and a corgi. So got a little bit distracted. Sorry about that.
No worries, man. Happy you could make it. Just could you introduce yourself very, very quickly? The other guys have had a chance to do it, just to jump through the upfront stuff. If there's anything you want
Right.
to shill or.
Yeah, I forget we already know each other. So yeah, I'm Charlemagne. I've got a YouTube channel that is pretty well known for doing videos on unqualified reservations a few years ago. So people still say those videos are very good. So if you want to sort of get into Mencius moldbug, check out my channel. I've also got a Substack that I publish to more frequently these days. Yeah, so I, as far as homesteading goes, I'm here in Montana. I've only been here about 3 months on some undeveloped land that's pretty forested and mountainous, and currently living in a camper like the rest of the guys here and their wives. We each have our own place, and over the next couple of years we'll be building. So that's kind of where I'm at in this situation.
Based. Well, let's go ahead and roll through, Charlemagne, just to get you up to speed. I was mentioning why I did this, what it was I hope to achieve. We can talk about the details of what comes with it, how it works, strategies for making it a reality for yourself, if you want to get out. I want to get into all of those things, but I wanted to start with why I wanted to do it. So I mentioned a desire for privacy, the ability to get away from the rat race, to think, to breathe, to have some territory of my own, because I believe that human beings actually get deeply and significantly degraded when they have no territory, when they're forced to constantly be piled upon each other like rats in a box. So I laid that out. I now want to maybe turn it over to Woodlander, then Furius can run, then you, Charlemagne. If you guys can each just kind of summarize, why'd you do this? Try to put your finger on the center of it.
All right, who should go first?
Well, yeah. This is quite quite good, actually. My very, very first video on YouTube was called The Why. And it was, why would you? Why would anyone move out of society into the woods and live off-grid? Why would someone do that? And I kind of went through it there, which was, and I will shorten it. This started for me 40 years ago. And it started with a few incidents that happened when I was a child. And I became involved with right-wing politics at a very young age, at 12, 13 years old. And became aware of what was going on and how corrupt and how degraded society had become. And this continued all the way through. So I was trying to change this initially through smaller right-wing political parties, and came to the conclusion after many years that these parties were never going to be allowed near the reins of power, which is quite demoralizing after years and years of being involved and years of effort. But you sometimes have to face the truth. So I then tried with mainstream politics and got involved with a mainstream political organization, political party in the UK, to see if they could be moved at all on a grassroots level further to the right. And that was quite interesting. And I would still say now that it's a possibility that that can happen, but not at the top level. Once you get into members of parliament and things like that, it became completely transparent to me that there was nothing between the politicians of either party. They worked together, and they received information and direction from above. So the mainstream political parties didn't work either. And I was left rather demoralized, to be honest, that there was no political answer, that smaller parties couldn't do it because they wouldn't be allowed, and that the mainstream was so corrupt that they were never going to change the system. And I didn't want to be a part of it anymore. I mentioned earlier that, I used to actually just think sometimes there's got to be more. Like, there's got to be a better way. There's this, and Furius mentioned, driving, to work in the morning and seeing headlights for 50 miles in front of you, and driving home in the evening when it's dark and getting in and being knackered, and to know that you've got to do that again tomorrow morning, and all of this just so you can turn the lights on and be in debt to the mortgage company for another 30 years was soul destroying. It really was. And then all of the other stuff on top of that, the demographics that were happening in the country, I was left thinking, well, if I can't change this politically, what do I have power over? And the only thing I had power over was myself and what direction I took. And I decided that I didn't want to be a part of the system anymore, that if I couldn't change it, what I could do was completely walk away from it and not have anything to do with it, or as little as possible to do with it. So the first thing I did was to shut down my bank accounts. I shut down all my bank accounts and decided I would only use cash. And when I did that 17 years ago, it was actually not such a big deal. Today, it's becoming very hard to only use cash. As an example, I used to be able to walk into a bank and pay £50 to £100 into my daughter's bank account, and she lives in another town. I can't do that anymore. I'm not allowed to do that anymore. What I would have to do is now pay the money into my bank account and then electronically transfer it. But I can't just pay it into her bank account. And all of these little things now that are creeping in just confirm that I was right. And the whole system was rotten. And that is why I chose to walk away from it and build something better for myself and my family. And that's exactly what I did. I bought some land. I didn't borrow money to buy it, and it's not very much land. But I saved for 2.5 years, so we didn't eat out. We never had a takeaway. We didn't buy fancy clothes. We never went on holiday. And every penny I earn, I just put in a bag at the end of the bed. And my wife did the same with whatever she could put in there. And at the end of 2.5 years, we still didn't have enough to buy the land, which is incredible, isn't it? And we found this great plot, and her father, who sadly isn't with us anymore, lent me another £5,000 to buy the land. And I didn't do anything with it for a year after I bought it, because what I wanted to do was pay him back. So for the first year, I owned the land and couldn't do anything because all the money I earned that was actually going back to pay that loan off. So I paid him back. And in year 2 of owning this, I built my cabin. And I built that with the money I had left over each week. I would buy some timber or whatever. But getting back to the why is because I recognized that the system, all of it, was corrupt, was designed to send me mad, to make me mad and ill. And I had to get out of it. And the only thing I had control of, I could not change it. I had no power to change it, and I couldn't see a political way. And trust me, I had tried. The only thing I had power over was my ability to change it for myself and my family. But what's good is I'm now in a position that I can help other people do that. So that's the why.
You can multiply it, so to speak,
Yeah, well, definitely. I mean, in the last 12 months, I've helped 8 families do exactly the same.
I love it. Just like the Underground Railroad.
That's not a lot of people. That's not a lot, right? But for me, those 8 people, who phone me regularly, who give me updates, who are so happy with what they're doing. They did it because they watched a video and then contacted me. That to me, it is an incredible thing. And you will get it from this live stream. People will watch this, right, and they will think, do you know what? It's possible. Other people have done it. I can get out. I can make a better life for myself. And what Charlemagne's doing, we're actually putting together in the UK, and it's quite difficult with our planning laws and that. But we found a way we can do it with groups of people, which makes it much more affordable. And that's the key, is getting people together to do this. Buy a piece of land, build your own home, grow some food, keep some animals, and suddenly you can start to create your culture all over again. And that's what we need to be doing.
Scratch, right?
Yeah.
I'll pass it
back.
Yeah. Thank you. No, I think that's an important point. And I also, I liked the idea of this group of guests, just because we have an age range. We're in different countries, and there are different situations and realities as regards the size of land, or I should say the amount of land available and the sizes of plots that could end up within the means of an average person. And I love the fact that in a situation where everybody says you can't do it unless you're fabulously wealthy, you said fuck it, and you did. Furious, can you run through quickly what your take on this was? Why you did it? Why your family did it? And it seems that there's an additional dimension here, because not only did you go to the country, your family left the country they were in order to go to a different one, simply or in large part, one would assume, because there was a greater amount of land available and different opportunities. But please let us know.
Yeah, sure. I mean, Woodlander touched on some very good points, which I can expand on a couple of them, but I suppose I'll answer the last of the things that you raised first, just to make sort of sense sequentially. Well, it was because of sort of some family dynamics by which my great grandfather ended up being the sibling who stayed back in Italy to care for his parents, because his two younger siblings went to the New World. They went to Canada and the USA and elsewhere afterwards, but they went to the Americas after the First World War, and so he stayed in Italy and had children, and of which my grandfather was obviously one. And then after World War II, he being the oldest sibling, as his father was before him, sort of almost had the inverse responsibility. Because he was the oldest, he could be the pioneer and go, because for those who are familiar with World War II, we always seem to think of the scorched earth campaign of the Eastern Front, or we sort of imagined bombed out French chateaus, and you sort of get images of Khan and Carentan and these shows that they put in like Band of Brothers or something. You sort of imagine that's your picture of World War II, or obviously the bombing of Germany, which was a comprehensive campaign. But Italy was also heavily bombed in the Second World War. And so when my grandfather returned from his service, there was very little. So he, with what money he had, rebuilt, our farm in the old country. And then what he did is he left it to his younger siblings and said, listen, you have to take care of the parents now, the ones who stayed back and looked after their parents beforehand. So there's a very sort of honor-centric notion of caring for family, one which is very far removed from the modern day, and one that I still cherish. And the older I get, I very much see the logic of that, if you get what I mean. And I'll circle back to that when I finish this point. And so, my grandfather chose to come here after receiving some correspondence of a family friend who had been in Australia as a result of being a prisoner of war. And it came to his knowledge that there was lots of what they call virgin country, lots of land to be cleared and developed, which was not quite the case in the United States and Canada, which had been sort of developed a generation or two before, and he came here, and he worked a lot of, like a lot of those post-war Italians. They worked very hard out in the bush, and they cleared forest land and created agricultural land, and under very trying conditions, with a language barrier and with a good deal of isolation. If you look at a map of America, you sort of at least look at the breadth of America, and from California to New York, you at least sort of have places like St. Louis and Memphis and Austin and Salt Lake City. You have cities in between, shall I say. But Australia, once you start driving inland, there's not a lot at all. And so my family, like thousands of other, specifically Italians in our case, but a number of Greeks did the same, number of Croatians did the same as well, albeit in smaller numbers. In what is a very harsh climb, by and large, managed to build their farms with modest means from very little, with a lot of labor. And, a good deal of them, some didn't succeed, but a good deal of them did, and actually managed to build very successful sort of family businesses, which, if we reflect on that episode of UO that I did when I first went on, actually, I think Charlie was on that show with me as well. They're doing a good job to destroy that lifestyle and that sort of idea of a family farm. So all the more reason why this subject is very important in this place and in time that we find ourselves in. As for me, I sort of, like I said about the traffic thing, that was an epiphany that struck with me very early. I realized then there was sort of like this hunch that this is worse than living. And as I've got older, it just has made more and more sense to me. And also, now that I suppose my parents are approaching the stage in life that was once when my grandparents were, like, I know that my parents want to live a particular life and they don't want to be in the city, and neither do I. And I think to myself that, with keeping in mind that, as most of us guys do, we want to get married and have families of our own and children. I do not want to have children in the city. I do not want them to be surrounded by, shopping centers and distasteful music and rude people and ill-mannered people and, degenerate things. Not that people need to be overly sheltered. People need to learn mistakes by living, but I don't want them to be sort of marinated and totally encased and surrounded by forces of intentional degeneration and corrosion and subversion. The only way you can do that is by being outside of a city, because cities are, for the most part, inherently, entropic and dysgenic. And people who think as we do must have, they sort of say two of the most profound lies of sort of liberalism or egalitarianism, call it what you wish, is don't judge a book by its cover and be tolerant. I would say that the inverse of those things are infinitely more true. You need to be intolerant of things that will weaken you and destroy you. And if things look bad, trust your instincts. To quote Ernst Junger, life as in politics, instincts is superior to intelligence. And I'm inclined to agree with that. And I suppose for all of us and for many of those who are watching, I suppose it is also true that we have had hunches of things being wrong, how things don't work, how things feel off. Now, that is because we have within us centuries and millennia of baked evolutionary or the consequence of evolutionary biology, which is of adaptation, a recognition of threat and risk. And I'm at the point in life now where nothing can convince me that living in a city is either intelligent or good or in any way constructive. And so, irrespective of whether the system collapses in our lifetime or not, that's actually relevant. But the point is, and Woodlander touched on this, that what kind of life do you want to live? You being able to live a certain way is something that is, not entirely, but at least to a significant degree, is something within your control. You can exercise will. And for some of us who may be a little less further down the road, we need to dismiss our delusions and we need to dismiss our convenient, mental constructs, how we sometimes even fool ourselves and go, no, I can't do this anymore. This place, this locality, this environment is weakening me. It's diminishing me. It is not a constructive or a salubrious way forward. The solution is to, pardon the fact that it's a meme, but it is to return. I sort of started when we did the intro, sort of mentioned that, European man and like most sort of in groups are tied in a way to their land, to their soil, to their to their dirt, as it were. And there's a reason for that. We feel at home when we are at home. It's where we place our roots. It's when we look around, be it a locality or even an environmental surrounding, we feel familiarity. It's a feeling of home, or to use the Greek word, is oikos. And when you find yourself in a concrete jungle full of skyscrapers and concrete and steel and, buzzing cars and smog and factories and all the things that go with cities that I don't need to mention, you're detached from that. And I'm of the conclusion that we as a species aren't suited to that. We need to live a life that is more in touch with, the environment and the earth. And yeah, I guess for me, I suppose the last portion of answering your question is this coof thing. I suppose that you might say the cherry on top, as it were, was the coof thing. I, with the consent of my family, of course, I actually offered some, you might say, sanctuary in kind for a couple of my friends who had nowhere to go, and whose families were really, eye deep in the indoctrination and the narrative. And so, for helping out, picking olives and picking fruit and bits and pieces, stayed with us for several months. And that was my absolute. If I needed any more convincing, it was that time period, and it was actually offering them a way out, and me realizing there and then, this is it. This is the direction. This is how we must be. And that for me was a very definitive, example.
Nice. Yeah, I can see easily where the whole business of the coof would really tip people over the edge. For me, I made the plan to find a new place before that fully hit, but there was no urgency. After the coof began its nonsense, I had a very strong sense of urgency. But yeah, Charlemagne. What is it really that drove you to take the actions you did? Which, for most people living in cities, if you talk to the average normie, they'd be, "Holy shit, you did what?" What was the motivation there?
Well, I think in large part for me, it was the coof. That definitely added a sense of urgency as well. I sort of always had the vague idea in my head of, moving to Montana one day specifically. I just didn't really want to spend my
Moving
whole life
to
in.
Montana soon. Sorry, that's an inside joke from Zappa.
I didn't want to spend my whole life in, New Orleans, Louisiana, but I wasn't, really sure what my out was going to be. But then after the lockdown started and society went literally totally insane from my perspective, I sort of realized that I don't recognize this civilization. I don't know what it is, but I knew that I didn't want any part of it, basically. Um, and sort of just magically, the opportunity presented itself. So I split the property three ways with two other guys and their wives. And So one of them actually had lived up north, and he had moved down to Louisiana, and me and my other friend met him and became good friends. And then, eventually they just decided after probably like 6 years of knowing each other that they were gonna move to Montana, back up north. And their reasoning, I guess all of us, I guess, are fairly like right wing, you would say. They're more apolitical. I'm more actively reactionary. So we all mostly align on that, and definitely the coof was a motivator for all of us. But the initial move by one of the guys was basically he reached the point in his life where he sort of had everything. He had his house, he had his fiance, he had pets, and he was kind of like, well, what am I even spending my money on at this point? Like he was about to start buying sports cars or something because he was into that, and you know, he just like he reached this point in his life where it's like, all right, I used to be like a nerd and I love video games and stuff, but now I've become like based and realize all that stuff is for babies and childish. So like, what am I doing with my life? And then he figured out that they're gonna do like homesteading, right? So he announced uh,
Charlemagne dropping out.
going on some
Can you-
property together. So then at one of our weekly workout nights, he told me about this. And I was just like, yeah, I'm in basically. Like I basically made a snap decision, like I'm in within like 2 minutes after hearing of it. Because it just sort of perfectly aligned with me. And this is what they wanted, right? Because the main thing for the original couple moving up here is they were really sad that all their friends were gonna be left behind. But basically, if we all move together, we can support each other, get way more for our money, right? Get way nicer land than we could afford individually if we're fine sharing it, which we are, and at least until we're fully developed here and probably split it up. And we actually want more of our friends to move up. I think one of them is probably going to come up in like 2 months or something. So we all kind of had our own reasons for moving up. Like I said, the first guy, he basically just like wanted to actually do something real with his life and not just hollow out in the suburbs. The second guy who moved up, he's really into actually building now. He's sort of just gone full super autist into reading books about stick framing and timber framing and all this. And he's quite the carpenter now. And his wife is also quite introverted and just wanted to be able to never see anyone if she wanted to, basically. And then for me, it was basically the virus. I mean, that was pretty much it. Like I had to get out. I had to get free because I was never going to take the injection, period, no matter what it cost me. So I needed to be in a situation where I could handle that as best I could, and that's here. So that's sort of the why, I guess, for all of us, how we actually ended up here. Little different reasons on everyone's part, but I think for most of us, it really did come down to the coup, because that was just sort of the moment where everyone realized that this situation we're in was just absolutely insane, and I don't think any of us really liked the feeling that we could just be compelled to do something like that against our will. It really came down to just a matter of choice for most of us. Like my other two friends, they aren't really even into like conspiracies or whatever you want to call them about the injection. They're just like, I don't want to be forced to do something because I mean that's pretty basic, right? But apparently it's not, right? That's why we're here. So that's sort of my reasoning.
You just, if I may reply just briefly, I think you're quite right, Charlie. I suppose we've both alluded to this, and I suppose Woodlander said much the same thing. But I get the feeling that the coup and the measures that our respective countries took, and then the massive kind of campaign around this sort of mass psychosis that people sort of fell for in respect to it, was very much like a last straw thing, I would say. Like whatever residual illusions we had, even ourselves, right? Whether it's for me or for you, whoever, the coup definitely was like a fork in the road for many of us. And it's like either you go the left path or the right path, would you say?
Yeah, precisely. I mean, it was
Well,
a hard sieve for dividing people into one camp or another, and I think that's actually a very good thing.
as much as I had already done this before this whole coup thing hit, so many people came and spoke to me at that time, and were like, "Man, how can we do the same thing? We've got to get out of this situation." It brought so many people over to our side that I'm still dealing with the enormity of it. It was a massive, the biggest ever show of power from the system, and yeah, I mean, as much as it was fairly hideous, it was actually a really good thing for us, because it certainly pushed a lot of people our way, without a shadow of a doubt.
Took the makeup right off the corpse, right?
Yeah, I mean, the situation we're in is actually pretty crazy. I mean, me and my friends, we're all just like nerds who like video games and, you know, just hanging out, watching some streams, watching anime, and now we're up here, sitting literally in the middle of wilderness, homeless essentially, like building buildings and building our own electrical systems and everything. I mean, that's just insane. But that's like the thing
But
to
you
think
must
about, right?
find that incredibly invigorating. I know when I built my place, I'd never even put a shelf up before. I'll be honest with you, I was absolutely crap at DIY, and I built a 4-bedroom home. Literally myself, with a couple of mates helped me put the roof on, and a couple of mates came up every now and then to help me do stuff. But I designed it, I built it, really watching a YouTube video. Do you know what I mean? I watched
Yeah,
a
no,
YouTube video.
that's what my friend does. He just watched a bunch of YouTube and learned how to stick frame and has built a
Yeah,
beautiful
well, I
shed.
mean, I watched how to build a big shed. The problem I had is every time I typed in how to build a cabin, it got so complicated. I thought, I can't be fucking bothered with this. Excuse my French. So I typed in how to build a big shed, and I watched what the bloke did, and then I just upscaled it. And I ended up building a 16, what I got here, 1,600 square foot home, literally, that I could build myself. I built the frame, I bolted the frames together. It really wasn't that complicated, but really, really rewarding. And at every stage of that build was an immense sense of pride as well. So when the whole frame went up, I kind of stood back and, wow, man, it's done. And then the roof beams went on, and that was another major thing. Then the roof went on, and now I can work inside and be dry. And then I started the cladding, and each time, I remember that, like, when I first flicked a switch and the electric lights came on, I was like absolutely gobsmacked myself. And Charlemagne, you're going to have, like, the only downside of it is when it's finished, because that learning curve and actually doing it and getting involved yourself is that there's nothing else quite like that. And doing it for yourself and standing back and going, do you know what? I built that. And not only did I build it, it's mine. I own this. No one can ever take that away from me. It's an amazing thing.
There's definitely many facets to the positives, and I hope we can get into them. We just touched on a few of them there. Um, we've covered the aspect of getting away from the evil of seeing that you can affect your own circumstances in some fashions, certainly. The pride of ownership and of having built something with your own two hands, and how that makes you look at other people who can't and don't. The learning curve, is a challenge. There are many other challenges. When we were speaking before the stream started, Woodlander launched right into some of the challenges. And so before we talk about the positives, and I think there are many, and in my view anyway, they overwhelmingly outweigh the negatives. Still, though, I feel that to have this be an honest, no bullshit stream, and to make it clear that this is not for pussies who simply, again, excuse my French, who simply, wilt in the face of a challenge. I feel like we should maybe talk about what the things are that we, faced as the major challenges, and what some of those are, so that we're not, selling something with a false bill of goods. For me, the biggest ones that I faced, other than, just the straightforward process of getting out of the system, it has its own kind of gravity, to throw in a Star Wars metaphors for the academic agent crew. It's like trying to push your way out of the Death Star and finding that, you've got a tractor beam on your ass. There is a great inertia to trying to pull up and out of the sucking vortex of degeneracy and nihilism that we all, I think, quite reasonably take issue with. In addition to all of that, the main thing that I've discovered once I've arrived now where I am, is that I'm alone. We've got a different spread. We've got a different, each of us has different perspectives on that. Furious has a strong family background in this and that support system. Woodlander apparently has built that for himself and brought his family there. Charlemagne has done it with a group of like-minded people, and I have done it alone. And like Woodlander's talking about, like, raising the walls for a house and getting those together and then putting the rafters up and putting the roof on it. You need another set of hands for that. And there's, a lot of the libertarian blather, that we all hear. And I'm not entirely unsympathetic to the libertarian view, being an American as I am, but there's a lot of blather about self-reliance and all the rest.
No, that's
And
just
there's
stupid.
there's a point at which it falls. There's a point at which it falls apart. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's just really stupid. I mean, one of the things I've realized is when you have to take everything into your own hands, you realize just how essential other people and the larger social system are. Like, I'm off the grid, right? But I have to go buy fuel for my generator that has to be made by someone. I'm buying tons of lumber that has to be made by someone. I'm buying solar panels that has to be made by this vast, complex industrial system. I'm using I'm using Starlink to get internet from friggin' outer space, right? Like, I'm in no sense like some sort of isolated individual who's just not relying on anyone. To quite to the contrary, I'm relying on people maybe even more than I was in the suburbs. But I sort of it's a different kind of reliance where you have things more in your own hands, but you can't ever get away from the essential nature of the entire social system around you. I mean, I guess you could live in like a tent you sew from the skins of wild animals you slayed with a piece of wood and a rock you found in the forest, but like that's kind of unreasonable, and I don't think frankly it's dumb to imagine that you're going to be like Robinson Crusoe or something, running around in the woods, like rebuilding civilization just by yourself. I mean, that doesn't even make any sense, right? So I don't, like you're always going to rely on other systems around you, and that's totally fine, right? That's not what you're not trying to get away from society or civilization. You're like the Woodlander said earlier, you're trying to sort of like rebuild a new one. So the point isn't to not have civilization. It's just that we've reached a point where we sort of have to start at a very ground level in actually having a civilization that makes any sense. But yeah, this sort of hyper individualism is just totally unrealistic. It's dumb.
Yeah, and you can die without someone there to take care of you. There are simply things I have to. And I don't live in a vast, horrible wilderness. It's not a big deal. It's East Coast rural area with good forest land around me on all sides. But I can go for a walk in the woods and get tagged by a snake. Not super likely, but it can happen. You're alone. What do you do then? You just have a stupid accident, and you have real problems because the nearest town is a half hour away, and I just have to keep a phone on me in case anything happens, simply because I'm entirely alone and there's no help nearby. So you hear about the individualism thing, and yeah, on the one hand there's the idea of having to pick some shit up that requires someone at the other end, and there's a certain point at which I just can't manage it even with the best hand truck I can buy. But there's also the idea with emergencies and confronting issues. So that's mine I'd throw out there is that you are you are out there by yourself, and that's a major thing. There are ways to get around it. You can bring or build a family with you, bring a family with you, or build one. You can go with friends. But that's a major thing that people should be aware of. Anyway, that's mine to throw it
Yeah,
out there to get it
big
started.
big negative
Who
there.
else?
Like if you don't do it, it ain't happening. Basically, is like the negative. So anything you want to have happen, you have to do yourself, and it is very rewarding, and you feel a lot of pride. And so far I'm loving every minute of it. But you literally anything you want to happen, you have to make yourself. There's no magical piping in water, electricity, piping out sewage or whatever, right? Like all that is now in your hands directly. So you have to have the balls basically to actually be able to deal with those problems, because only you can actually deal with them now.
You're so
Yeah,
right,
and they're
Charlie.
real. If I don't clear brush from around my house, then I'm, the chance of it getting burned down after I've brought
This
all these literally tons of books out here, that's very real. So I'm out there daily clearing brush. Who imagined that? Sorry,
Christ,
Furious.
no, that would be a tragedy, my friend. Because I mean, I as well. My library, like my library, is not as extensive as yours, Semigog. But I think of, aside from probably my family photos, if I was to suffer a fire, the one thing that would make me cry most of all would be to lose my bloody books. I'd be mortified. So I understand that pain. But just to buttress onto what you both are saying. Sorry, Woodlander. I'll keep this brief. But you're quite right. Just this isn't about politics. I don't want to tangent off, but you're quite right about the whole libertarian thing. And I suppose that is a problem that is kind of mostly unique to the United States. And it's again one of those sort of things where it's individualism taking to it's the logical conclusion of libertarianism is actually illogical, because no man is an island. It sort of tries to sell the lie that you can be independent exclusively and entirely, and that's just not true. And inversely, what you said, Charlie, and this obviously pertains to Woodlander having built essentially most of what he has himself, is that there's something to be savored in building yourself. There's something sort of so innately wonderful about being a founder and being a builder and a constructor of your own that belongs to you on your own dirt. That is very much something that is. I've heard people sort of use words like the pioneer spirit and the settler spirit, and it's all tied into that. It's being able to build something from nothing, from the ground up, that is yours and it becomes your domain. I think that's a very wonderful thing to aspire to, and that requires work ethic. It requires planning. It requires deference gratification. It requires diligence. Like someone else said in the chat, measure twice or thrice and cut once. You have to take responsibility for your successes and your, pardon the French, your fuck ups. And as well, because Semi asked me about like coming to Australia, and my grandfather, he built, like I said, he sort of rebuilt the farm in Italy that was sort of bombed to shit after during the war. And then when he came here, he built the homestead, and we still use it. We still have access. We still camp in it, and it's a wonderful 4-bedroom house. It keeps very cool, in the summer, and still is cozy in the winter. So it's a well built house. But I mean, in the end, as much as he could build things, he still needed someone who was good with concrete, who did concrete. My grandfather wasn't an electrician, so he had someone help him do the electrics, and this was before you needed people with qualifications to do it. This was sort of in an older time. But Charlie's right. A man can only become master or competent of so many things. Like in the end, this is where we need community, and we need a sense of belonging with other people who are hopefully like-minded. But you look at any sort of small town, or even any portrayal of a town. I mean, I know this is going to sound a bit ridiculous, but one thing that comes to mind is what was it? Was the television show from the 90s? Medicine Woman. What was her name? Quinn. I've just gone blank. Someone help me here. But you look at that archetype of the representation of an old pioneer town. There was a blacksmith. There was, there was a gunsmith, there was a woodworker, there was a medicine woman, there was a doctor, there was the sheriff. Like you have these people who have specialities, and in a small community, they help each other. Thank you, Alabaster, Dr. Quinn, medicine woman. That's it. And that was true in Australia. You had hopefully one or two nurses close by, and you had a community of farmers, and even amongst farmers you had someone who loved horses and someone who was very good with cattle and someone who was very good with pigs. And there's a reciprocal and a symbiotic relationship between community members who have skills. And we now live in a society where people drive on tarmac roads to go to skyscrapers to punch numbers into spreadsheets. And, that's not really the same thing. So this is very much, in some ways, a return, but also an examination, exploration of who we are as people and what we are actually capable of. And this is why, I think this is a wonderful topic to venture into. Sorry, Woodlander, I'll pass it over to you.
No problem. No problem at all, mate. I completely agree with what you said. But I just wanted to touch on something Charlemagne brought up, which was that you can't be master of everything, and you're dead right. But what I get a lot of is people saying, because I live off grid, therefore I must be, a technophobe and live like some sort of African in a village somewhere in a mud hut. And it's not like that. As much as I disliked the system, which is why I'm living where I am and how I am, that doesn't mean I can't dip into it and I can't use the things that, to be quite honest, right, my people have created. And for my own benefit, for the good of me. So I have got solar panels that do take a lot of energy, right? And if you look into green energy, it's not that bloody green, and we know that. My internet connection is, let me have a look, it's 4G at the moment, not 5G. I don't even know what 5G is. But so I have an internet connection. What else? You mentioned buying fuel for the generator. I spoke to Semiagog earlier. I had to go and buy red diesel for my Jenny. I had to go and buy propane for my central heating system. And these things need to be done so that I can live a comfortable life. But I'm the one that's in control. And herein lies the difference. I'm in control. And the fact is, when I first moved in here, I had no electricity and I had no central heating. I only had the wood burner. And it wasn't that bad. Now I can add things to it and I can dip into that system and take out of it what I want, when I want to. And therein lies the difference. If I'm embedded within that system, I'm in it. I'm not. I'm out of it. I can take out of it what I wish, when I wish to, and I can leave the rest of it there.
I think it's one of those, a really good way to describe it, Woodlander, is that it's for people like us to be able to do things on our terms and not have them imposed upon us at a whim by, a higher power. And we elect to do things when we need, not vice versa.
Yeah, it's exactly that. I mean, I'm self-employed. I've got a couple of businesses, so I still work. So that's me taking part within the system that I dislike. So I can't disengage completely. I'm not going to be Uncle Ted living in his little cabin in the woods. That was never my idea. And the other thing is, I understand that not everyone can do what I've done. It's just unviable. That I wouldn't want everybody in the cities to suddenly build cabins and lodges in fields and woods. It would destroy the land. So it has to be sensible. What I am saying is the system is corrupt. It is wrong. I've opted out. and I can dip into it, and I still have to survive. I still need to earn money, which in this day and age, I sometimes shake my head at, because I think we're beyond that. But I still need to earn money to buy these things from corporations, and that's a shame. But it's life. I can disengage as much as I possibly can, and some people find that difficult to get their head around. They think you're saying you're off grid, but you've got an internet connection and you still work. Well, yeah, it's swings and roundabouts.
Yeah, that's just the nonsense of the ideologue, the absolutist who can't get their head around the idea that everything is context dependent. They always want to apply an absolute formula. You said you live off grid, but it's not absolute. It's nonsense. And who gives a shit?
And also, some people have a character flaw, if I say semi, where they like to snipe, and in the end, we just have to step over those people, right?
Yeah, or step on them. Yeah. So before there are two kind of things that I really want to cover, and then I want to sort of open things up for you guys to just bring up things that probably I haven't even thought about. I wanted to cover what the biggest downsides are, or what you have to be ready for in terms of the challenges. I also want to cover the best things about it, the most striking things that you noticed having done it. It's some years back now, a number of years back now, for somebody like Woodlander. The Furius has a number of generations of it, but for me and for Charlemagne, it's very recent. I think there's some positive aspects of it that Charlemagne probably can't say publicly, but there are positive aspects of making the shift to a different environment that we can talk about. So, and then perhaps we can open the floor to how to do it, so that people can gain some understanding of how they might approach this, how they need to think about it, what the possibilities are, how they can go about it. But so I guess the next thing up is what the best new things are that you noticed, the advantages that you experienced, the best parts about it, what you like the most. But before we jump to that, very quickly, I want to ask, is there anything else anybody didn't cover with the downsides, with the negative aspects that everybody has to be ready for? Is there, if anybody wanted to add anything else on that, can you quickly throw it in? All right.
When you say the downsides, like, do you want me to give you my my day that I gave you earlier? Because I mean,
that's a good one.
Well, this is an average day, okay, in off-grid living, which to me is like kind of commonplace. So I got up at 7:30 this morning, and then went and fed the chickens, went and fed the turkeys, the quail, the ducks, came back, fed the dogs, and then I unhooked 2 57-kilo empty gas canisters, loaded those into the car, drove down to about 5-6 miles where I buy my gas from, swapped them for 2 full ones, had to load those into the back of the car. They're quite heavy. Drive them back to the woods, and then have to manhandle them probably about 80 meters through the woods on a set of sack trucks, because I can't lift them. But even that, going through the woods, is a chore in itself. Get them into position, hook them back up. I then got on the roof of my cabin and cleared off 3 days worth of leaves. It's autumn here at the moment, and 3 days worth of leaves when you live in the woods is quite a lot. So I had to clear the leaves off of the solar panels, otherwise I don't get any solar at all. So I get down off the roof, I get in, I then got to go and pick up a washing machine because my washing machine broke last week. I manhandled that into the back of my truck, drive that up the woods, then get the sack truck out again, get that into the thing. Then I've got to feed the dogs. Now I've got to feed the chickens, the ducks, the turkeys again in the evening. And this is an average day living off grid. And when you explain and when you say that to someone, they say that's far, far too much effort. I could never do that. That's just too much work to have a little comfort. And I get that. I understand that. But I watched a video years ago that explains this. And I've said this a few times on streams, and I always forget the lady's name, and someone in the chat will know it. There was an old lady that lived in a caravan on Dartmoor, which is a huge open expanse in the UK of moorland. And she lived on her own, and she was in her late 80s. And the BBC actually went and interviewed her. And when the BBC reporter got there, first thing in the morning, she went outside and she collected bundles of sticks and twigs. And she came in and she got a log burner fired up. And then she put some logs on. And then she put the kettle on and made the reporter a cup of coffee. And he said to her, "Wow, that took you 40 minutes nearly to just make a cup of coffee. Don't you consider that hard work? And wouldn't you rather just be able to turn the kettle on?" And she said, "It is hard work, but it was 40 minutes out of my day. Whereas you will have to work 8 hours today and tomorrow and the day after and for the rest of your life just for the privilege of turning that electric kettle on." And that is the perfect answer.
Yeah, I think there's considerable truth to it, and it's not like you can't do anything else during those phases that take more time. And indeed, there's also the sort of one foot in each of the worlds approach, which is where you're on the grid because I'm on a grid. I mean, I have my own water and septic, but I have power. And I get propane deliveries. However, you can be on the grid and have everything set up so that you can continue to function even if that drops off. And you can build towards being more self-sufficient still if you undertake those efforts like Charlemagne is. But before we get to the good stuff, anything else that was missed in terms of the negatives? Well, all right.
No, I think we're good. Yeah.
Sorry, Furious.
No, I think we're good. I think Woodlander covered it really well. And that quote, I was actually about to joke. It's like, yeah, we can end the stream now. I don't know if you can beat what that lady said.
Well, there's the wisdom of our elders. Yeah, and I saw somebody in the chat saying you can't live in the woods at 70, and like I just came back from visiting my late friend Tim's wife up in on a mountain in Tennessee, and she's in her mid 70s, and she still likes nothing better than to talk about her different power tools. She'll go off on her steel chainsaw, or talk about this Husqvarna brush trimming unit that she can like strap on with a harness. So yeah, I mean, you could still do it. Apparently the bones grumble and ache, but yeah, I don't think that somebody over 70 can't live in the woods. There's a considerable amount of our history that gives the lie to that assertion. Though of course you can't say that's for everyone. Okay, for good things, the biggest thing, and I'm kind of the newbie here, like Charlemagne in some respects. For me, the biggest thing was, first off, my schedule changed. I finally gotten it around to where I get up at dawn and go to sleep. I used to go to sleep at dawn. It's actually a strategy that I learned from my buddy Tim when he was alive and in prison. He talked about how people don't understand that the most horrible shit that you have to deal with being locked in a prison is the noise of the other people. It's not guards. It's not being locked in. It's not having your schedule controlled. It's being around all those assholes and all the noise they make at all times. And I only realized sometime later that I had been doing that myself very early on in my life. I started working swing shifts and graveyard shifts and spent a number of years doing that. And then as soon as I was out of my years of working in the corporate world, I again went to that system because in the middle of the night, in the depths of the latest parts of the night, everyone else is asleep and you don't have to hear them. I mean, of course, in the city, what I would have to hear is the gunshots, sometimes at a distance, sometimes not at all at a distance. But inverting my schedule was something that I had to do. And as soon as I got out here, I discovered, well, wait a minute, I don't have to worry about that. I can get up at dawn and it's still quiet. And, so now I simply walk between my two buildings. I've got a big, pretty nicely finished out shop building on a slab that's about 1,000 square feet. Um, and then I've got a 2-story house that's about 1,100, somewhere between 11 and 1,200 square feet. And I have to walk between them because I have the library and the computer out in one area. And then the front of it is a workshop. But then I've got actually, for my tastes, a rather nice little rural place to live in the other building, and I have to cross that space just to go to this sort of the two different parts of my house. I have to cross this space, and I can feel the humidity change. I can feel the bugs come and the bugs go. I'm not here yet for a full year, but there is something very, very pleasant about returning to an experience of the seasons, of watching the landscape change around you, of feeling as though things are close in and tight during the humid weather that we have here down south. When the leaves are on the trees, the sound isn't going as far, the air doesn't have that crisp, dry feel. And then as fall comes on, the leaves fall. The air gets crisper. The space seems to open up around you. The stars get a little bit clearer in the sky because of the humidity going away. Seeing the seasons appear again, having the quiet. I mean, occasionally you'll hear people practicing for hunting season or shooting in the distance. I can hear cars from the road. It's just a small country road. It's probably a 150 yards away, the nearest part of it. So there's not a lot of traffic, not a lot of noise. I can't see anyone in any direction anywhere around me. It's almost paradisical. It's almost like a kind of paradise. So that's really the main thing for me, is that it suddenly got quiet, and I don't have to hear people when I don't want to. I don't have to hear this fucking shit in a trunk, huge subwoofers, just shaking in a trunk and noise and garbage. That part is a distinct delight, and the thing that struck me the most. I guess the other thing is that when I need to, and I'll say this very fast, when I need to call anyone to deal with anything, like I have a tree that needs to come down, and I might end up doing it myself, except it's standing and it's rotted and it's probably like 60 70 feet high. Even though it's beginning to rot, it's still up straight, and I'm like, that's a little hinky. Start cutting a rotted tree down when you're by yourself. So I called up these linemen about it's being adjacent to the lines or whatever, and I had a human being call me back, the actual guy who's in charge of dispatching the lineman himself. And he talked to me for 15 or 20 minutes and, went over the different options and stuff. Like, I can talk to people now. I can actually get someone to answer the damn phone. Like, it's amazing. So yeah, quiet, the seasons, and they're actual human beings who aren't just full of petty resentments, like swollen with poison when you try to talk to them. So that's my part, gents.
Yeah, the quiet is probably my favorite part. I live about 50 to 100 yards from everyone else, so we do hear each other a little bit, mostly just the hum of a generator. Eventually our houses will be quite far apart. And then occasionally, I don't know if this is a positive necessarily, but I clued my musically inclined friend into the David Bowie streams that Academic Agent did. So occasionally in the evening, I hear Mr. D's voice echoing throughout the woods, which probably very alarming in any other circumstance. So that happens. But yeah, the quiet is
delightful for those who know it, right, Charlie?
the quiet is excellent. The people, like, if I visit Home Depot very frequently, obviously, and it's such a huge difference being in the stores, because if you just like stand around looking slightly confused, you get swarmed by several attendants basically who very much want to help you, which is a totally unique experience I've never had before. People are very generous here. If something's damaged, you'll get a discount. Just in general, people are very generous. So and yeah, you can actually interact with real people rather than robots. I mean, everyone since everyone has to be self-reliant, even if you're not off the grid, the harsher climate makes you have to sort of be a bit more self-reliant, and I think that makes people, everyone sort of has a thing they're good at and want to share, and they want to help you. And then I guess the other thing is it's just nice living in a smaller community where everyone's just sort of on the same page about what they want. And I find that much better than living in a city, where there's more people, but you just sort of get lost in the urban sprawl. So I basically echo your positives.
I've got to ask, especially of Semiagog and Charlemagne, who are new to this, do you ever just step outside and look around, right, and there's no one else there, and it's just the landscape, and it's yours?
Yeah, I do that every day. It's just awesome.
It's such an amazing thing, isn't it? And I mean, I do it every single day. I mean, I live a normal life, and I've got I do the washing up, and I do this, and I take the rubbish out, but every day at some point I will just stop and look around, and it's so beautiful. The land is so beautiful. The area is so beautiful, and there's no one else there. And
yeah, that's a blessing, not having people around and getting to see your critters and get to know them, right? So like, I know the scorpions are eating the other bugs, I know that the lizards are eating the insects, so I'm like, oh yeah, that's them blue-tailed, whatever they are, lizard things, right? I'm like, go get them, boys.
Even that, looking at the animals that are around. I mean, you mentioned earlier that deer walk through your land, and where I am in the woodland, we've got lots of red deer here. And I took the rubbish out. This was about 3 weeks ago now. I bagged up took the rubbish bin out the kitchen bin and opened the front door, and on my front stoop, on my front deck, was a deer, and it didn't run away, and it just looked at me. So I thought, well, if I move outside to put the rubbish in the bin outside, it will run away, and it didn't move. So I just said morning and put my rubbish in the bin and put the lid on it, and it just looked at me and very slowly just walked off and just did its thing like a deer does. It wasn't worried, it wasn't frightened, and it was just one of those moments where you think, you know what, I wouldn't have got this in a town, I wouldn't have got this in a city. To be able to walk outside and see a deer, you don't get. Right.
What you do get is a white stag being killed on the city street.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I mean, that was a turning point in this country. I think that when that happened. But the other thing I would say is on the positives, apart from just being able to do that, being able to just stand and be and not do anything in your own place, is the options that this lifestyle gives you. Because for me, and Charlemagne will find this as well if he's going off grid, is it wipes out your costs. So suddenly your options open up, which is what I've tried to explain to people, which is you need options in life. You need to be able to choose in what direction you go and what you do with your life. And to do that, you need to be able to be in control of what's coming in. So if you're earning money and all of it is going on rent and bills and, and 50 quid a week on your computer game, I don't have a mortgage. I don't have an electricity bill. I worked out this evening before this stream what my outgoings were, and they're less than £100 a month. A month. Now, in this country, rent for a tiny little place is around £800-900 a month. So my outgoings are 100 less than. Suddenly, all of the income I've got is mine. And now I have options. Now I can start to go, okay, what can I do? Whereas most people haven't got an option. Most people are stuck in that system because they won't walk away from it, because literally they're stuck. They earn the money, they pay the money out, and now they've got to earn the money again to pay the money out, and they never break that cycle. So it does give you options, this lifestyle.
And there's a huge difference in the costs that I experience. I've told my personal friends, and not to get entirely in my own business, but where I was living in a big city previously, I had it was pretty big for an in-town lot, within the city limits. It was like 6/10 of an acre. And there was a, I don't know, 2,700 square foot house on it or whatever. Four bedroom, 2.5 bath, something like that. And I was paying, by the time I got out of there, I was close to $3,000 a month, a year in property taxes. And for what, for garbage that doesn't get picked up. Literally, I could call 911, and because of my arrangement with being in the city limits but not being in the main county for the city, it would go through a switchboard service, and I'd have to wait to have the one 911 number connect to the other one that it actually should be, police who don't come, and then when they do, they don't give a shit. Everything just absolutely screwed up, and $3,000 a month in property tax. I got out here, and I've got 10 acres. So, well over 10 times the amount of space. I've got close to the same square footage, but split up with 2 buildings. But I've also got a well and a pump house and a septic tank and all this kind of stuff. And my property tax, when you factor in the deduction that they give for timberland that you have, it's like $300 a month. It's 1/10 of what I was paying elsewhere to get nothing. And so I want to second what Woodlander is talking about. That's just one aspect. My electric bill is less. Everything is less, and there's no misery when I get on the roads. The thing I have to worry about is to get over to the right hand side, for a Brit, the left hand side, but for us, the right hand side of the road as far as I can before I come up over a hill, because one of these damn Ford F-150s or Dodges is going to ram me at the speed that these country guys run down the roads. But everything much cheaper. Maybe groceries a little bit more if you don't drive into one of the towns where you have the big box stuff, but otherwise it's just great.
But that's only until you start growing your own, and then suddenly you think, I don't need potatoes, I don't need spring onions, I don't need tomatoes, I don't need this, I don't need that, and all of a sudden that's another $50 that you're not ploughing into the system, not giving them, and keeping yourself. Plus, it's actually really enjoyable as well. Do you know what I mean? When you plant a few things and suddenly you get like some rainbow chard coming up and some tomatoes growing and a few potatoes, it's enjoyable. So not only is it enjoyable, but it's money you're denying the people that are running the system that wants to destroy you.
Yeah, you're so right, Woodlander. And I think this actually pivots our conversation in a direction that probably you'd wanted to go anyway, Semi. Just a quick point that was going through my head, because I mean, I've obviously grown up on a farm, and part of my family, we even grocers themselves and worked in the industry of, you know, growing vegetables and then selling them. There's this sort of, it is a part of the many of the great lies that we're told, but one of the fundamental part of it is, you know, that for something to be cheap, there has to be economies of scale, and it's also by extension the argument for globalization. It's the kind of you know, it's the kind of mind games that they play where they sort of can, with the straight face, explain to you, this is how they grow peaches in Brazil. They get packaged in Thailand and then sold to you in California because it is more cost effective and competitive, which, let's face it, it's BS. We know that, right? It's just what they sell us. It's the narrative. But there's this argument between sort of economies of scale and localization. And Woodland's quite right. If you live in a locale or amongst a group of people who have sort of, you know, of a like-minded, a small community, you know, let's just say you only have, you know, a couple of acres, right? You might have 2 or 5 acres or whatever. You know, if you want to grow broad beans and tomatoes, and I don't know, let's just say you got a couple of pear trees, right? And you have that on your property. Your neighbor might have peaches instead. They might have silver beet and perpetual spinach, and the person on the other end might have apple trees, and they instead might grow, you know, peas and asparagus, and the produce that you all have, because as inevitably happens with gardening and grossing and fruits and vegetables, when you harvest, you generally have an excess at once, which is another thing we ought to get into, Semi, is the sort of the food storage element. We sort of touched on that before the stream started. But, you know, you have this excess that you have at harvest time when you literally reap the harvest. And so, you know, if your neighbors, you know, want some peaches and the other one has pears and the other one has apples, and, you know, you play swapskis and you sort of barter in kind, or, you know, you sort of create your own localized currency in that respect. And, you know, it ends up being cheap, and as Woodlander said, you sort of deprive the system of this income they otherwise would have acquired, because every mug walks into a shopping center, they walk into a, you know, a Walmart or Woolworths or whatever, and they just pour money into the corporates that, you know, I don't know how it works in America, but the corporates have treated the Australian growers in a terrible fashion. You know, our dairy industry, I remember my dad saying this, that I think in the 90s or the onset of the 90s, the state that, you know, he primarily resided in had something in the order of, I don't know, 57 independent dairy farms. And 10 years ago, that number had whittled down to 24. And in the last decade, it's been whittled down to less than a dozen. The attrition rate of localized farming and independent family farms is horrifying. And it only strengthens corporate entities. So take that into consideration as a mental exercise. And the second thing is that, you know, with actually growing things, Woodlander is quite right. I mean, I grew up on a grain and sheep farm and a cattle farm. But, you know, when you get to the point where the spring lambs are dropping and you sort of watch the mothers nurse their lambs for the first time, you get this buzz. You know, like, you know, that the next generation of creatures that you're shepherding are happening under your watch, and it's an amazing thing to see. And I mean, occasionally, as is true with cows and sheep, there's the odd one you have to help. It's a little bit, some people find it squeamish, but as a farmer or a shepherd, it's your duty to do that. That's what you do. It's a very honorable thing in a sense, because you know, you are protecting the sheep from harm. Inversely, if you grow a nice crop, like seeing a crop that is ripe for harvest and you see that it's come to full head and it's dense and it's thick, it feels like an accomplishment. You feel an elation, you feel a sense of achievement. And the same is true when the fruit trees are full. Like, you've husbanded these trees and you've pruned and you've watered and you've fertilized, you've put manure and you've put, peat and straw and you've put effort into this. And then when you reap the rewards, it really, I suppose we have, I know in our circles we talk about like, dopamine hits and burning out receptors. And I mean, that's all stuff we have to consider. But that is actually the proper function of our dopamine receptors, and that function of reward is that you put in effort and you get reward. That's actually how it's meant to be. That is the most, pardon me using a loaded term, but that is actually the organic function of that in a sense. And that's sort of us delving into a very innate part of our humanity.
But that ties back to exactly what I said about that old lady who lived in that caravan on the moors and just looked after herself, which is that we've outsourced, right, our proper means of living to such an extent that we're so disconnected from it that we have to work ourselves to death now just to have a tomato, a pear, and turn a light switch on.
And let's not forget
that we pay for. So sorry, Sammy. That we pay for with a credit card, and the job that we work for is to profit other faceless corporates who actually don't care about us anyway.
So
and let's not forget a shitty tomato. It's not like you get a good tomato, right?
Yeah.
No, it's substandard products, right? That you have to work yourself to death for. And this is the bit that everybody ignores. They look at what I do, right, or how I live, and they say, God, that looks like hard work. You had to put 40 minutes in today to clear your roof off. And I'm like, man, that's 40 minutes. You had to work 8 hours. 8 hours in a call center talking to inane people at a job you hate, and you have to do it tomorrow, and you have to do it for 40 years. I'll do 40 minutes every couple of days clearing my solar panels. Thank you very much. And the same with chopping firewood. People are like, yeah, I don't need to do that. I'll just turn my central heating on. I'm like, you don't get it. You're not seeing what you have to do, right, in order to turn that on. Nor do you actually see the people who are taking the profit and building a system that is designed to send you insane, drive you mad, if not kill you.
It sucks. At the very least, it sucks our life force out of us. It literally saps us of years of happiness in order to fuel the system that then rests on our labor and then robs us of both monetary wealth and also intangible wealth, which are the things that I've mentioned before. And then what they've actually done is, in a sense, is have inversed what is normalcy and then sold us something artificial, repackaged, and told us it was better when it was all a lie.
Well, it's very relatable to bodybuilding and actually going to a gym, working out, building muscle mass, building yourself up, and knowing yourself that you're doing that, or injecting yourself with steroids that cost you £500 a shot. And that's what people are doing. They're saying, yeah, well, I don't need to do that. I don't need to work out in the gym. I don't need to lift weights. I can just inject myself with this shit. Right? Yes, it cost me £500. And yes, I need to work a long time to get it. But it's quicker than working out at the gym. And my mind boggles at how they don't see what they have to put in to get it. It's insane.
Charlemagne, did you have something you wanted to throw in there?
Yeah, just sort of related to something Woodlander said a couple minutes ago is one of the really nice things about living out in the wilderness is being in a fully developed ecosystem. Not only do you have deer walking around, but if you just stand still, especially in the summer, and just look at a spot for a moment, you see the creepy crawly bugs crawling on the ground, and then you see the winged bugs flying around, and then there's birds and chipmunks running around, and if you look up, there's dragonflies, and if you look beyond that, you'll see birds of prey, and at night the bats will come out. So it's really cool just being in a fully developed ecosystem like that. And I guess the other thing is all the potentiality. It's very cool to look out at your land and sort of realize that there's more potential here than you could actually accomplish in a lifetime, and I think that's really cool.
No,
I found living in a suburban house that there's just no potentiality. I couldn't. You have a tiny
no,
yard, you can't do anything.
no, and that thing about looking and seeing is an amazing thing, right? Because I used to say to my wife, she said, "Have you?" Because I get quite a few days off work now because I don't need to work as much. That's a beauty of this, because my outgoings have gone down. The hours I need to work go down accordingly, so I've got more time. But I used to say to her, being here is not conducive to hard work, because I'll start doing a job and then I'll notice a bumblebee and I'll watch it for a while, and then I watched one day, and it started to build a house in the ground, and I thought, this is amazing. And I watched it for about an hour building a little house in the ground. But that's an hour of my day literally gone. And it happens quite often. I watched a nuthatch the other day just going up and down a tree and pecking like larvae out of a tree. And I was thinking, I wonder if it's just that particular tree it does it on, or if it's different types of tree. And just watching it, because those things are there to see, and you don't get that in the concrete jungle. These things are not there to see. I mean, I can't live in a city. I could not go in a city and live there. It would drive me insane. But here, I can lose myself for hours on end just looking. And that's not even like the livestock I've got and the dogs I've got, the cats I've got, the pets. It's like just everything that's around, the deer, the birds, the bees, the insects. They're all amazing. And I think that's difficult for a lot of people to understand, which is, I don't really mention that a lot, because I don't think a lot of people get it until you experience that. I don't think a lot of people understand that.
It reminds me of a quote. It reminds me of a quotation of Woodlander by Cicero, where he said that nature itself imposes on man the idea of God. And I think when we are able to quiet ourselves down by our environment, and we live in a manner that's more conducive to being actually tangibly human, we sort of our senses sort of revitalize, and we kind of, you might say, be jolted back into our senses, and we can observe those things and appreciate them for what they are. Whereas in a normal civic urban environment, we're just deprived of that, and therefore that sense is then dulled in us. And for people who go out into the countryside and live that, it reawakens in them. Would you say?
Well, most certainly. It's but I think most people don't understand it. When Semiagog said, "What's the benefits?" I would love to say, right, it's just the fact of being here, right? It's a very healing environment. It helps you. It feels good. It looks good. It is good. Right? And people don't get that. I sound like some sort of left-wing hippie tree hugger. And that kind of turns the right wing off. So I talk about, gives you options, and it does, right? But the real beauty of being here is being able to take that 10 minutes to stop and look and just be, to just be and take it in. And it's an amazing thing. And I know, right, that both Charlemagne and Semiagog would have done this when you just go outside and look, and you have a feeling of peace and just rightness. And I don't think people will get that unless they're there.
And it also depends on how much they, by their native, based on their constitution, their native sensitivity, and this kind of thing, how much they've been affected by living in the mud hives. So there are a lot of people who are dull enough in their attitudes towards life and the rest that I don't know that they would be greatly benefit by moving out to the country. But certainly for someone like me, and it's not, to overly idealize all of it. Like there was a remark made about how, deer are a pain in the ass. They, carry ticks, and ticks have Lyme disease, and, you gotta, fleas and ticks will get on you when you're dressing them and this kind of stuff. Yeah, there's a reality to life, and yeah, it's just a deer, and it's supposed to be food, and it can be a problem. So, but it's still nice to have a deer. Looking at things like, some of my friends were asking me, don't you have a problem that you got to check your bed every night for scorpions? And I'm like, man, I'll take scorpions over cockroaches any goddamn day. So the point is that I wanted to get to, I'll make this fast, is that it actually, to Woodlander's point, I'm putting my shit back together again. I go back in my old back catalog and take a look at myself, because I did a video in the midst of my move. I did that video staying. I was staying at a friend's, and I was out of my place. I had finally gotten my stuff into storage alone. And then I was right at the point of beginning to look for a place, and it was, very stressful, and I had burned a lot of calories, trucking stuff into a storage space. And I just looked fucked up, like all fey and like attenuated and scrawny and thin skinned, and even more circles under my eyes than I normally have. And I've been out here, I don't know what's April, May, June, July, 6-7 months, something like that. What is it? March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October. Yeah, 6-7 months, 7 months. And I'm working out. I've cut my smoking down enormously, because I don't need it to keep myself from just dropping dead with an apoplectic reaction to how evil and fucked up everything is. I've got my body weight back up, working out, going to sleep at night, waking up at dawn. Yeah, so it does fix things. I don't know if it's for everyone, but yeah, it's Humpty Dumpty right here is getting put back together again. Sorry, Charlemagne, what were you going to say?
Yeah, I've stopped drinking hard liquor basically at all, except on special occasions, mostly for the same reason. Although I do enjoy the local ciders quite a bit. I've never been in a cider before, but wow.
Yeah, if it's from the place where you live,
yeah,
it
exactly.
really just tastes better.
Yeah, it really does. On the deer, I do have to say that the deer do get old pretty fast once you've braked enough times for them on the highway. You're like, all right, I've had enough of you guys already. But it's nice to have them around on the property, though. I would say, like, constitutionally, I feel like I've actually found the United States of America. I feel like I'm an American living in America for the first time around other Americans. I think there's something very traditional about an American embarking on the settler's quest, basically, of settling land, which might sound weird, but maybe the Australian might get this a bit. But America is enormous, and there's a lot of this place that's not settled at all. I mean, there are probably a good number of parts of my property that, no humans ever even set foot on. Like, it's just really cool actually feeling like I've found my country for the first time, which is part of the reason why I'm very adamant on defending the United States and what it really is. So that's a really good feeling.
You're almost living the authentic experience, Charlie. That's sort of what's the word I'm looking for? That's sort of contingent with you, the blood memory of legacy Americans. That pioneer settler spirit. Living out the manifest dynasty of the United States of America and pushing westwards and building things from nothing. That origin story is one that is actually demonized now, but that is what it is to be a legacy American, right?
Yeah, manifest dynasty. I like that Freudian slip. Yeah, we have a yes, the manifest destiny to step
sorry,
out
I
into the world.
mispronounced it. Yes, destiny. Sorry.
Not at all, man. Just playing. But there is something I really I wanted to touch on, and that is that you don't have to do this in a place where there's vast space available. I posted a picture of my drive on Twitter, and someone I'm pretty sure in Britain was saying, "Man, to have a driveway like that, you have to be a millionaire." And I'm thinking to myself, man, I'm barely clinging to middle class. The bottom end of middle class with my current. I'm not working. I'm spending my time on what I care about now, for the most part. And so, he was saying that you'd never get that kind of a driveway in a place like Britain, where it runs through a section of forest. And I just wanted to maybe ask Woodlander about this, what kind of things you can say to people in Britain. I'm sure you talk about this a lot on your channel. I hope everybody goes over there and subscribes, because I'm sure you cover that there. But, you made it happen in a place where in theory, it's never even supposed to be possible. And I watched some of your clips. You've clearly got some of the beautiful forest behind you. So, you've got some space to yourself. It's got trees that, that's clearly not a lot that was, clear cut 5 years ago. You've actually got nice forest there, and you made it happen. What would you say to people who think that you have to do it in a place where, you've got these vast open spaces like America or Australia?
Well, it's difficult in the UK because of rules and regulations, but there are ways. The biggest thing I've come across in the last couple of years, because I've been trying to encourage, and I've helped a fair few people do it, is cost, is money. So people aren't so much looking at, I want 50 acres or 10 acres. They just want just a piece of land where I can grow some food, keep some chickens, maybe, with some other people with me, a little bit like what Charlemagne's done with the 3 of those. So we looked into it. I came up with a way we can do it. And I've got a group. At the moment, I've got 14 in one group. I think there's 30 in another group, mainly because of location. Some people don't want to literally move out of the area they're in, which, I have problems with that myself, but some people are like that. They just don't want to leave the area they're in. And I've got some good groups, but it's just a matter of getting the right piece of land. And you can do it if you club together. If you get 10, 15 people and you've got £5,000 each, which isn't a lot. Most people can get 5,000. Then you can buy a good piece of land. Now, if you can buy the land, there's ways of during the last lockdown in the UK, I helped a friend of mine who had already bought the land. We built a 2-bedroom cabin for £5,000. That was it. That was his budget. He said, "I've got £5,000. Can we build a 2-bed cabin?" And I was like, "Well, it's going to be tight, but let me look." And I priced up the timber and priced up the roofing, and I was like, "Okay, yeah, we can do it." And we built a 2-bed cabin in £5,000 for £5,000. Now he spent another £1,500 on bits and pieces for the inside, right? But that cabin had 2 bedrooms and a bathroom and a dining room kitchen. So the kitchen was in with the dining room, living room, if you want. And we built it, and he sold his place in Sussex and moved in with his family, his wife and his child, and they moved in. And it cost £5,000. Now you can't buy a Wendy house in like for that amount of money. So it is possible, and you don't need a lot of land, nor do you need vast amounts of capital to build if you're sensible.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's completely doable. You've just what you've got. The most important thing is make the decision you're going to do it. Just say, "I'm going to do it." After that, how you do it, right, it really becomes secondary. If you save money, if you borrow a few quid, whatever, right, you'll do it. But what I'm saying is it doesn't cost that much to build, right? It really doesn't. Not compared to what you would pay for a house or an apartment or a flat. It's negligible compared to that. And if you buy the land with a group of people, that's a negligible amount as well. So it's all doable.
I think Charlemagne will probably have quite a bit to say about doing it with a group, but before turning it over to him and to Furious to hear what they have to say, I would add or underscore your point about, just make the damn decision. There was a certain point, I was talking to friends and things, and I was, going through my usual paralysis of analysis. I'm not like the hard-handed guy who, runs the bush hog, and works as a lineman or something, So I'm going through this process of, oh, well, what if this and what if that? And talking to friends, I just had to realize, this is a no-fail mission. I made up my fucking mind. Get it done. And if you do that, then the rest rolls.
Yeah, that's very much what we did. And the first two friends, my friend and his wife, who started the journey, we owe them a lot for really making that decision. Because I mean, what they did is they actually sold their house and then moved all the way up here, homeless basically, and they actually camped out for months, actually looking at the properties that we could only see on the websites and stuff. And eventually they got a rental for winter, but they decided they were doing it, and they just sold everything. It just came up, right? So you do have to decide. And then for me, like, I fully committed myself financially and psychologically, and for a year and a half I just saved. I basically spent no leisure money whatsoever, and just saved all my money for our down payment. And that's what you have to do, right? You actually have to actually commit, and whether that entails like being homeless and literally camping or just saving, like, you actually have to make that commitment. And then once you make the commitment, it all just gets a lot easier, because then you just do whatever is in your means to get yourself up there. And we've spent a lot more money than you have to, because we can. If you can't, and you only have a budget of $5,000 or $10,000, I mean, that's very doable too. You could only get an acre of land, and you can build a small cabin. I mean, I just built a shed. It's like an 8x8 shed, and it costs like maybe $1,000, $2,000. It's not finished yet, so I'm not sure, but fully insulated with the siding and the roof and everything, and you could live in that if you're just one person. I mean, the really cool thing about these sorts of projects is you can scale it up or down to fit within your means, and even if your means are extraordinarily small, you can still do it, especially if you could find someone to help you and share with. Like I borrow a lot of tools from my friend because like why for now why buy redundant items when we could just I could just go pick up his nail gun, for example. And if you're with a group of people who don't have a lot of means, you buy one power tool and everyone can use it, and that helps quite a lot.
I
Gents?
don't really have a lot to add to Woodlander and Charlie on this point, aside from the fact that, well, pardon me a sec. Sorry about that. That when Charlie's is absolutely right in that you have to have a Rubicon moment, and you just have to cross it. You can't stare into the waters forever. And that's true of life decisions broadly. There's nothing wrong with deliberating and having a think about it. You also do not want to be rash, but a lot of people go through life, sort of wringing their thumbs and agonizing over decisions. There comes a point where you just have to have a a conviction in what you're doing, and also being self-assured enough to follow through with it, and that no pathway is actually going to be concrete. There isn't certainty. There are things you have to discover, and there are things you have to screw up on this voyage of discovery. And I think we sort of live in such insulated lives that we are cruelly we are that's hidden from us. We're sheltered from it, and it's not actually a proper human life, really. We need to venture out and make errors and learn from them. But the whole point of having intelligence and wisdom is mitigating those as much as you can, but still nonetheless venturing and taking a risk into something that you don't know. Inversely, just with the whole idea of doing things with people, is that if insofar that you're able to find people who are at least kind of like Charlie described with his collection there, people who are somewhat like-minded, people who sort of somewhat read off the same hymn sheet, because cooperative efforts are difficult the best of times. And I suppose that is some degree a good thing and a bad thing with family, is that again, if you're tight knit and you agree with things, it can be very powerful. But if you have people within families or friendship groups who are diametrically opposed on key issues or key perspectives or outlooks on life, and you try and do these things with them, it can often be fraught and will often not work. And you just need a little bit of wisdom to, I suppose, measure and ascertain the kind of people with whom this would work and those whom wouldn't. And again, it's that whole process of trying to dispel one's own illusions, is that sometimes we make excuses for the wrong sort of people. And and if you're going to make a big decision like this, don't be foolish about it. There are a lot of people who sadly have been compromised when they've had to cooperate with people who are also non-reciprocal or non-cooperative, and that can come with consequences of its own. So just be careful on that.
So you're basically covering there the angle of who you throw in with.
Yeah,
In
exactly.
2 minutes. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll be back.
And
Okay.
that's inclusive of friends who you voluntarily do it with, or say like with family where there's less decision. I mean, ultimately, I suppose you can walk away from family members, or you can shut out family members or whatever. But family, because that idea of blood being thicker than water, it is more difficult. But nonetheless, I guess what I'm saying is, whether it's friends or family or whatever, you just need to be prudent with
Yeah,
people with
absolutely.
whom you cooperate with.
Yeah, I mean, we all took a
Absolutely.
pretty big risk, going in, splitting property, three different ways. I mean, you really have to trust people to actually do that. And unfortunately, I think most people do not actually have the level of friendships and trustworthiness required to actually do that. So perhaps I'm in a unfortunately bit unique position, but it's definitely worth doing if you have the type of people you can trust to that level.
Yeah, I
Exactly,
just have
Charlie.
seen from working, in the business world, which has some similarities. Everybody has a real stake in it, and what happens matters. And you'd imagine that they would have their own best interest to heart, but you run out there in the world, you run into people who It's sort of like the lol said the scorpion, laugh my ass off. They can't do anything except fuck things up. It sounds like you are lucky enough not to have fallen in with a group of people like that, Charlemagne, and that's certainly optimal. But I would echo what Furious is saying. It sounds like everybody gets it, but be very aware. It's what's that line from Hamlet where he's talking to Laertes is getting advice from Polonius. Let me see if I can just get it. It's something about friends you find grapple them uh, to yourself with hoops of steel. Let me see here. Polonius to Laertes. It's good advice. I should have it to heart. Um, yeah, where is it? It's giving me all the crappy part. I want the part about friends. Yeah, there it is. Those friends thou hast, and their adoption tried. That's the important part there. Grapple them to thy soul with hoops of steel. Yeah, but do not dull thy palm with entertainment of each new hatched, unfledged comrade. So yeah. The point there is you have to find friends of quality, and I guess that holds even more so for mates. And that's actually one thing I wanted to ask about. So I'll treat this like my gimme that I want to throw in there, and then I'll ask you guys what other angles you might want to cover, and then perhaps we can take some questions from the audience if you all have time. I guess we'll see in just a second. But one that I wanted to ask about um, is females. Moving out into the country when I was a young man, the reason I didn't do it was because I thought that was going to take me out of the market for the kind of fancy, well dressed, worldly, cultured, and all the rest kind of women that I thought would be most appropriate for me. And in retrospect, I realized that I wasted an enormous amount of time because I don't know how to put it. For me now, I realize in a very real sense, if they wouldn't want to move out into the country to enjoy all the advantages that are obvious to me, then what the fuck do you want to do with them anyway? That's my perspective. Clearly, younger folks like Charlemagne, certainly not young, but younger than me, clearly he's doing it anyway. Some of the folks that have gone with him already have wives. It sounds like a Woodlander had that going. So I just wanted to throw it out there, I guess, mainly to Woodlander and then perhaps somewhat to Charlemagne, since he's had a chance to observe the kind of women who moved out with his friends. What do you think? What's the role of a woman in all of this? What do you think the characteristics of that woman should be? What's your take on all of this?
But I moved out here with my wife, and it was amusing because when we bought the land, the first thing I did was set up all the chicken pens and everything. So it was nothing to do with building the cabin. She knew. I said, right, what we're going to do is I'm going to get the land. We can put the chickens here, and I'm going to build a cabin for us to live in. And she was like, yeah, great. She said, yeah, great, because it would be more room for chickens, and therefore she can get more, because it was kind of her thing. And she used to stay up the top end of the land with the chickens, and I was down the bottom, hammering, nailing, building this. And she never thought it would come to fruition, which didn't bother her because it kept me out of her way. So it never really dawned on her that this was going to be a reality, that actually we were going to live here. It was nice to drive here from the house we had, and we'd spend a couple of days up here, or we'd spend the day up here, and then we'd go back home. And I would be down here hammering and nailing and sawing shit, and then it all changed the day I said, right, you need to pick a kitchen. And she said, really? And I said, yeah, well, we've got to have a kitchen, and it probably not best that I pick it. And she was like, and then it dawned on her that actually this was a reality. And she then looked around and went, like, wow, we are actually going to live here. But not until that point. I think up until I got her involved, did she think we're actually going to live it? It was just one of those, it was one of those things your husband does on the side, and he's banging away down there and hammering away, and nothing will come of it, and it'll end up being, falling down in a wind or something. But when she got involved and could pick the kitchen, pick the soft furnishings, pick the bedroom furniture, pick the sofas for the front room, completely different matter. Now they're all on board. Now they really want to be part of it. And then they start to take on a different dimension, because then they're like, well, what are we going to do with that bit of land over there? What are we going to do with that piece over there? Now I'm going to be here full time. What can we do with this? And those pens we built are okay, but can we make them better? Can we do something else? And now they get really involved. And yeah, it's quite a brilliant thing to have a woman involved in it. But it has to be the right woman. I've got to say that, because not so much for you, Semi-Agog, you're online and on grid. But for me, there have been times where things go down and I've got no electricity. Now, if you've ever had to entertain a wife or a girlfriend where they can't use hair straighteners or running water for a period of time, it can be a hardship. And she's been brilliant about it, but it does irk her some. And she does make it known to me that she doesn't like living like a refugee. So, it just spurs me on, though, to make sure that things are running correctly, which I have to do. You've got to do these things, but my hat off to my wife, because there have been times we've gone weeks with no electric, and she has not buggered off and not left me, and she has obviously continually moaned every day about it, but fair dues, because it's hard for them. For me, it's not such a hardship, but for them it is. But yeah, women, I've got to say, if you get the right one, they're incredible, and they will help in every way you want them to, as long as you ask them. And there's the thing which is difficult for blokes: ask them. You must ask them, because otherwise they'll just expect you to do it.
Fair enough. Yeah, good one. Good ones are great. Bad ones will run through your house like a chipper fucking shredder. But Charlemagne, what have you observed?
Never mind your bank account, Semi, as well. That's where you have to be careful.
What?
Sorry, Charlie. Go on.
Yeah, I mean, the two wives here have been great so far. I mean, or one of them, she tends to take on certain group needs and manage them. Like right now, I was actually just talking to her a few minutes ago. She's sort of handling the logistics regarding getting some gravel acquired for us, and other things within our own household. So that's been great, because it's nice to rely on people to sort of take on certain tasks, especially ones that rely on like calling people and stuff like that, which I hate doing. So that's been very good. And then as for the others, she clearly manages this place very well. She manages these animals. I mean, they have a tarantula, a snake, a corgi, and 4 cats. So that's a lot to manage. And she's helped my friend with various tasks that he needs help with. So she's not totally useless. I mean, it's very important because a lot of modern women are just literally useless. Like they cannot do anything. And fortunately, neither of my friends' wives are like that. They're quite the contrary. So obviously, that's something I have to deal with in terms of, trying to find a girlfriend, which is going to be quite difficult, given my remote location. Frankly, I just need to start going to church again. I stopped going to church when I moved, which is no excuse really. But so I do need to start doing that again, and hopefully I could meet a local Catholic girl at the very nearby Catholic church once I get off my ass and start going again.
I
And if
love
not,
it.
I'll,
You go going to church for a woman versus my classic old strategy of meeting them in dance class. Far more your approach is far more based.
yeah, well, it's also a lot closer. I mean, the church is only 20 minutes away. It's very small. The city is 90 minutes away. So it's like I can't exactly just go fuck off in the city when I am going there every weekend, but it's not for women. It's for lumber and groceries and other essentials. So I might start doing that next year after the winter passes. But I mean, definitely one of the nice things about this place is there's lots of beautiful blonde women, which is pretty unusual. I've really never been in a place that actually has that, and most people aren't incredibly obese, which is pretty nice too. So yeah, that's going to be a challenge because yeah, the other 2 guys are pretty lucky because I mean they've been with their girls for like 10 years or so. It was one of those things where they were effectively married before they even both ended up getting married. And that's great because like the modern dating is just friggin' awful, and I'm gonna have a rough time with that. There's no doubt about it. And it seems like most girls of the millennial and younger age, all they want to do is like so I don't even know what they want to do. Like they can't do anything, right? But from what I've noticed, most of the young women around here actually do have like real hobbies and interests, and will go hunting or hiking and things like that, as opposed to city girls who are just like fucking useless slobs, to be honest. Like, it's yeah.
Right. Don't hold back. Tell us what you really think,
No,
Charlemagne.
it's just crazy, dude. Like, I mean, to be fair, like the friggin' soy boy men are like this too, but it's just really unfortunate how useless most people are. I guess the sad part is with a lot of the city girls is like they aren't even charming, right? Like, and I again like I guess men aren't either for the most part anymore. But yeah,
Yeah, the
modern
only
dating is hard. I'm under no illusions about how rough that's going to be, but
yeah, I'm glad I'm not forced into that mess anymore. And I sowed my wild oats before because it's all pretty disgusting. I noticed it being disgusting when I first came back from living abroad. And that was as far back as like 2010. And I was like, what the fuck has been going on here the years I've been gone? These people are freaks. But yeah, that's a different topic entirely. Furious, did you have anything to add here?
Not on this topic because I think yourself, Woodland has outlined the ideal, and yourself and Charlie have outlined the, shall I say, the absolute state of the attempt of attaining to of wanting to attain a nice wholesome spouse. So I guess we just put a cork in that bottle because we could always just rant on for ages. It's probably best that we don't. Nonetheless,
enough.
on the subject, and we've kind of one thing I did want to circle back to. I sort of did touch on this previously, and well, specifically, Woodlander and I have been talking about like food items such as potatoes and peaches and pears, and Charlie mentioned local cider and this sort of thing. But something important to this subject is actually food, because the ability to grow our own food is what keeps us, at least to a large degree, independent from the system. Food also nourishes us. it's one of the most important aspects of health. I think you get insane examples of people who out train bad diets, but ultimately you're far better off. You're far better served by actually not necessarily dedicating yourself to exercise and just having an active lifestyle in conjunction with a good diet and good nutrition, via trying to work your ass off and eating junk food. So there's that aspect to it too. And the thing with living on the land is that often systems can either be complementary or supplementary, or indeed sort of like symbiotic and reciprocal. I'm a big fan of a YouTuber by the name of Joel Salatin, and he's he's an American. I think he farms in the northern Appalachians. I think he's in West Virginia or something like that by memory. And the thing is that you can, and Woodlander's touched on this, that you can actually be quite economical living in this manner. But it is important to have sort of an understanding of the kind of foods that you can grow. Running poultry is fantastic from a standpoint of geese and chickens lay eggs, and eggs are wonderful nourishment in their own right. And if cooked well, they're delicious. And so long as a hen is healthy and it doesn't have issues and is comfortable, hens will lay eggs either on or a near daily basis. Chickens also a fantastic way to dispose of food scraps. If you have offcuts of lettuce, or the if you're making a soup and you tend to cut off bad bits of cauliflower or broccoli, or the ends of asparagus, the tough ends, you throw them down the chooks, and the chooks will peck away at it, and they'll reward you with wonderful, nicely brightly orange colored eggs that are actually better nutritionally for you than the eggs you'd have if you fed the chooks grains and meal and all that other nonsense. So they're in a sense, they're sort of they were the OG recycling unit in a sense. And also, if you have cows, chickens are wonderful to run with cows, because one place where parasites can thrive in a farming or an agricultural environment is actually in sorry, it's going to sound a little bit crass, but in cow poop. And one thing that chickens are wonderful at is actually picking out parasites out of those environments, and they will actually eat those bugs and digest them and destroy them, therefore reducing your potential sort of parasitic contaminants in your local ecology. And then if you were to run, say, cows or sheep, they help keep your grass under control. They will ensure that you can sustain a quality pasture at a good rate, particularly if you can move them. I think one of the methods that Joel Salatin uses is like these mobile electric fences, and he sort of creates sort of sub paddocks within his paddocks, and he rotates them on a daily or by every second day basis. And by doing that,
but what you're talking here is perfect permaculture.
It is permaculture, exactly right.
Well, exactly that. Instead of what we've got in our system, which is monoculture, where a farm runs one thing and one thing only over 1,000 acres and does nothing else. And it destroys the land, destroys the soil, and destroys everything.
Destroys the biodiversity, everything. Yeah. If you, for instance, go past a farm where and I mean, I'll say this as someone who's come off such a farm, where they extensively use herbicides and pesticides, you will struggle to find mushrooms in tree cover, because there's so much soil sterilization that mushroom spores are almost killed off, and they don't grow. So actually funny we circled that. Again, if you live amongst the woodland, if you have a somewhat damp climate, you can forage for mushrooms. Although the one thing to know about mushrooms is go mushrooming with people who have done mushrooming and learn about it, because toxic mushrooms are very deadly and will, kill a person. So be very wary of that. But mushrooming is an excellent thing to learn of people who experience it. And mushrooms, again, like I said about eggs, are delicious when you know how to cook them properly. And if you're having a garden, Woodlander, you touched on it as well by saying that, you can sort of terrace a block and you can grow different things. You mentioned tomatoes and potatoes and whatever. You know, I myself am not a big I mean, I actually enjoy eating vegetables, but vegetables don't agree with me, so I tend to avert them. But for
Yeah,
instance,
I'm not a big vegetable eater. I don't mind a bit of salad.
yeah,
Mushrooms I like, onions I like. The problem I have here, until I got the polytunnels, was that everything grows straight up, like literally, because because I'm in the middle of the woods, and I mean literally in the middle. There's no light from the sides, so the light is only from above. So everything just wants to sprout straight up, which is a problem for a lot of crops. It's
yeah,
brilliant for things like sweet corn. So you need to know what you can grow, what you can't grow. And this kind of ties back to what you said earlier about, you'll have someone else next door who grows something different. Well, in my woodland, not my woodland, but I've got 2.5 acres in 100-acre wood, and there's a couple of people living in it, not just me. And a chap the other side has got a clearer, open space, so he can grow different crops. And I've had a chat with him, and he's said that he's quite willing for we can work together, and I can have some of his, and he can have some of mine, and this is how this goes. So you build a community of people, and you can share food stocks and seed stocks, and you can help each other out. And this is the thing is, this is definitely the way it goes. It goes for
absolutely.
Western kind.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you got to think too, like the very sort of foundation story of our cultures. You know, they sort of start. I mean, I know it's especially it's a place such as Britain or England specifically. You know, these cities have become large, overgrown, rather horrible places in many respects. But and I mean that no disrespect, obviously, but if you sort of conceive of a medieval England where you had these largest towns dotted across the countryside and sort of interdispersed with smaller towns and little hamlets, and each one would have a market, and there'd be a church, and there'd be a local blacksmith and a local carpenter and whatever. And again, sort of like what I mentioned before when I used the Dr. Quinn medicine woman reference, was that these towns would have
localism is
yeah.
how it has to go.
Yeah,
we know
and
that,
and that's exactly how they would have done it, Woodlander. What you're describing is exactly how they would have done it. Is that different people would have had different specializations. They would have come together, and either out of necessity or out of a voluntary spirit would have helped each other, either in kind or with mutual sort of payment of each other. Like that's just how humanity works. Exactly.
Isn't it amazing that all these years later, we're realizing that actually that was it, and now we need to go back to that.
We were civilized and we've become modern barbarians.
But the beauty of it is, right, with everything we've got today, right, and all the advances we've made, right, it's that much easier to do. We can become localized. We can become localized communities that deal with each other, we've got to be very wary of. Once we get back to that, we've got to become very wary of the man with the ledger board coming in and trying to monetize everything again.
The money, but the money board and the dishonest physical features, as men of those classes do.
The physiognomy check.
Yes,
always required.
Exactly right.
Because that always creeps in. Because we can rebuild this again, right? And we can. And I in fact, the more I'm talking, and like it even cropped up the other night on Mark Collett's stream on PWR. He had GF on there. And even he was saying in Canada, there's a massive move towards moving out to colder climes, to remoter places, to building communities. And this is happening everywhere in the Western world, right? Groups of people getting together and building again. But you have to be aware, you have to just be aware that those people with those who want to ledger everything, and wouldn't it be better if we just did this and just used this, and we've got to keep our eyes open.
You're quite right.
Sorry, Furious.
Oh, just while we're on the subject, can I just opine just a little bit more on the food question before we change subject? Just for a slight amount. See, and I suppose having grown up in Australia, I'm most familiar with the British interpretation of this, and obviously the Italian Elder Med interpretation of this because of my background. But it's also true of the French. It's also true of the Germans, and the Czechs and the Poles. I would assume that probably the Spanish or the Iberians have a similar interpretation to the Italians and the Greeks. But we all have strong traditions of pickling and preserving, right? I'm saying this as someone who just with my old man, I've literally been carrying crates and crates of artichokes and asparagus in recent months, and our grandparents and their forebears were absolutely right. Is that there's a wonderful tradition that our countries have, and they express in their own way, right? Like the Italians just soak everything in olive oil, and the Germans love their sauerkraut, and the great. I mean, I've always loved, for instance, preserved like pears and peaches and syrup, and that's a sort of very Anglo-French thing. Each one is nice in its own way, granted, but that is how they. We've all heard the proverb of the I'm trying to think, what was it, the grasshopper and the ant, or the grasshopper and the squirrel, or whatever it is, and the grasshopper's eating all the grass while it's nice and hot and sunny, and he hasn't a care in the world, and then winter comes along and the grasshopper dies, and the squirrel that has squirreled away all of its acorns and nuts and can hide away for the winter.
It's the ant and the grasshopper.
Sorry, the ant and the grasshopper. Yes, I figure it was one or the other, but I suppose it works for the squirrel too. But they do, that they stow away their food and they survive the winter, and the grasshopper perishes because they did not defer gratification and didn't plan ahead. Which is something they say is very much true for both Oriental cultures and obviously for European cultures and Near Eastern cultures as well. I suppose people of that sort of wide, Eurasian steppe have been subjected to the same kind of evolutionary forces. But if you're a person who say enjoys artichoke hearts, then when you get the harvest, and this is the thing too, like nothing is very, supermarkets delude us into thinking that peaches and apples and leeks and broccoli are mostly uniform, and they're not. When you grow them yourselves, they're not. And this is the thing, say, like with artichokes, because I mean, my family all enjoy them very much, is that you get little artichokes and big artichokes, and the small ones are nice and tender, and you can pickle them, you can preserve them. Italians like to do them in either vinegar or olive oil, and they're delicious and they will last. I mean, we've got artichoke picks from 5 years ago that we opened, and they're still perfectly delicious and nice and soft and tender, and they're seasoned with oregano and peppercorns, and they're wonderful in sandwiches, and they're wonderful in salads. You can even cook pasta with them. There's a whole bunch of ways you can use them. You can even eat them out of the jar. It doesn't matter. They're good for a snack. And then the larger, stiffer ones, what you do is you cut the tops off and you put them in a like a lemon and salt water solution, and you sort of you make them less bitter, because when they get large they become more bitter. And then what you can do is you can make soup out of them. You can stuff them, which is like the old Roman way of cooking artichokes, either with mince or with breadcrumbs. I mean, I prefer mince because those who know me know I'm keto gang, so I use mince, but that's delicious. you know, I do stress, I say this to people as well. If you're a person who either likes hunting or if you're friends with a farmer, you know, and you have access to lovely grass-fed, you know, cattle or sheep, buy a chest freezer. And if you want to go the next step, I mean, in the end, I've learned this from my forebears and my, well, actually my dad is and my uncles are very good at this themselves, is breaking down animals and processing them and butchering them and understanding the anatomy of these animals, and then, you know, being able to put them in a freezer, and, you know, being able to have your you know, access to meat products throughout the year. Because in the end, you don't, you know, ideally you don't want to go, you know, killing a heifer in the middle of summer because, you know, there's flies and there's heat and things can spoil and whatever. But then just to go on the sustainability thing just a little bit, if I may. Now cows are something we've done intermittently, but because we are a sheep farm, we've done sheep kills every year. And for instance, you know, there's been a bit like an anti-fat trend like in the last sort of 40 years or so. And so as time's gone on, we sort of cut fat away and we threw it away and whatever. In the last 2 or 3 years, I've actually been asking my family to keep the fat, and I've been making tallow, and I've been using tallow in my cooking.
To say tallow. You can also use it for tapers and as a you know, fuel.
Yeah, exactly. Like if things are desperate enough, it is a form of fuel. In fact, tallow is even almost a form of fire starter if you need it, right? So, you know, there's all these things that you can do that extend the value of what you have and can give you greater access to materials or can, you know, rather than just sort of, oh, well, I mean, here's a couple of ribeyes and here's some, you know, here's some 4/4 chops and I'm going to throw the rest of the animal away. It's like, no. Like you keep the liver, you keep the heart. And if you know how to cook or else you can learn to cook these things well, because it's worth doing. You know, with the fat, you can make tallow and suet and even, for instance, like bones. You know, if you want to cut the bones and roast them, and you can use the bone marrow. You know, the solid part of the marrow is actually delicious, and the liquid component, you put it into the tallow and you flavor, and it's incredible flavor. And then the bones, what's left from that cook, you can give to your dogs if you have dogs. A lot of these things are cyclical, and you know, this is where you can really extend what you have and make the most of it. And there's almost this, you know, I don't want to make it particularly religious because it's true of both Christianity and of also our you know, polytheistic predecessors, you know, our pagan predecessors, that animals have always been valued. And even though we kill animals and we consume them and we have our place on the food pyramid in the, you know, the animal kingdom, like humans have this relationship with animals, it is incumbent upon us to treasure that animal for what it gives us. And this sort of return idea is fundamental to that you don't just, you know, yeah, I'm just going to eat the prime rib and the New York strip steak, and then, you know, I don't fancy the rest. It's like, no, you know, you slow cook the tough parts. You know, you learn to braise beef cheek, and you learn to slow roast a rump and picanha, and you know that, yeah, then you can have your T-bone steaks and your ribeyes when you feel like it, and you appreciate every part of that animal.
But everyone watching this, right, who has no connection yet with the land, won't be doing this. And this is the thing, that they will listen to you and go, you're dead right. Respect the animal, do this, do that. But until these people make a conscious effort to disengage from the system that they know is trying to destroy them, they're not going to do it.
Well, I would add in, though, that there are ways. Well, first off, I agree, but I would add that there are ways to take baby steps towards it, even prior to making the big shift. Because, for example, like I don't have access to, you know, I don't have a cow, and I have not yet worked out anything with getting in touch with neighbors who do have one. There are plenty around, and I've seen signs out for, you know, buying fresh eggs and things, which I plan to follow up on soon. But just for the moment, I figured out how to make yogurt and I've figured out how to make a basic form of cheese. So
Oh God, I
now,
didn't even talk about dairy, but you're absolutely right, Semigog. There's a whole nother avenue, but you're absolutely correct. Yeah.
and the reason I bring this up as a like a step,
Can I
right?
ask something? Would you have done that if you were living where you used to live?
No, probably not. So that's fair. But for some people, the idea of using that as a baby step towards at least moving yourself further along in the process, right? So I'm not like milking a cow, but I do get the whole milk and then make my own yogurt out of it and make my own cheese out of it. And now I'm
Yeah.
also I have, for some time I've been making my own bread. So that's not truly being self-sufficient, but I'll tell you what, you know, if you buy a quart of yogurt and it costs like $3 or $4, and instead you buy a full gallon of milk and make far more yogurt and have it cost less and be fresh and it's within your power, you know, that's a way of at least moving towards it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. And this is exactly what we need to be saying to people, which is baby steps. Baby steps. Plant a potato, make your own yogurt, do these things, and look at how you can disengage from that system
And
without
it's
a doubt.
cheaper and tastes better. I'm literally
Yeah.
paying
And
less
don't be
for
afraid
my
of screwing
bread.
up, guys. Don't be afraid of
Yeah,
cock ups.
absolutely.
It happens. Just learn it for the next time, you know?
Absolutely. I do want to I want to see if Charlemagne has anything to add, and I don't want this to run on too long, though I'm loving it. I want an opportunity to maybe take some questions if you guys have some time.
Yeah.
And you know, Furious, if you had any last things you wanted to throw in there, but I also, you know, vis-a-vis your talk about the food and the prep, but I also just wanted to check in with Charlemagne because he's been
course.
off in the corner here for a bit.
Sorry, Charlie.
Yeah, I don't have any animals yet. And you know, I do really want to get some polytunnels at the end of winter and start growing some crops. I mean, I grew a little bit of stuff back home where it was really easy. It'll be a little more difficult here, so I'm gonna have to build greenhouses, but it should be doable in the spring. I'm actually a lot more interested in plants than animals. I think some of the others are definitely planning on getting animals. Maybe we will, you know, split up things, sort of like Furious mentioned earlier, where you trade the apple for the pear. You know, I really like my plants. I like potatoes. I've got a goal to grow 1,000 pounds of potatoes in a year. So far, I've never grown any potatoes, but I'm pretty sure I can do it. So yeah, I'll be getting into that eventually. But yeah, for now, it's mostly just focused on my individual needs and just getting my, you know, housing situation set up. And the first couple years, I mean, you know, we're going to be like building roads up a mountain and stuff, so we could actually even find a spot to put a house for each of us. So no animals yet, but definitely looking forward to that.
One thing at a time, right?
Yeah.
For me, I want
Absolutely.
to raise edible snails, man. I want to find out what's going on with that because I like me some escargot, and there have to be species of snails with which that can be done here where I am. I understand you have to be very careful to cook them to a sufficient temperature because of parasites or whatever that can be quite bad, but otherwise it looks like a small scale way to get protein going. Though of course I need to look into it further. Rabbits too are apparently you know, despite the lack of fat, that's another
Rabbits are
angle.
very easy.
And
Rabbits will
tasty.
take care of themselves, mate. Just put a male and a female in a hutch, and you'll have more rabbits.
Hence the age-old saying to breed like rabbits.
Rabbits.
But actually, funny that I was just talking to because I've been working on a historical project with my dad actually, and we were interviewing some sort of old timers, and you know, it's interesting hearing about stories of, I mean, the Depression hurt a lot of people everywhere, but the inland of Australia, considering there was just no infrastructure, and given the climate, you know, like I say to you guys, if you can imagine sort of Arizona, New Mexico, but 3/4 of a continent, that's sort of Australia almost. Not quite so bad, but you know, you can picture it. And there are instances where men actually admitted they were glad they weren't married because they would never have, or they would have struggled to have actually kept a wife, never mind a family. And there were men who literally used to live off, you know, wild rabbits that they trapped or shot, and you know, kangaroo, and if they had enough money, if they had a few shillings, they'd buy some barley or grain to boil with, like their bully beef, just to make like a cheap soup. That's how those pioneers got through the Depression era, and that really opens your eyes when you consider that that's literally just getting by, to an extent that none of us can actually really imagine. And that should give us some perspective that we actually have a lot of opportunity compared to the sort of people. And what I was saying about pickling earlier, and the preserving stuff, and Semi touched on dairy, is that one thing I want to emphasize is there's a plethora of channels on YouTube, right? And a lot of them either are sort of incidentally like-minded, or are explicitly so. But these are people who they make their own raw milk, they make their own cheese, they make their own kefir, they pickle, they preserve, they do. Actually, there's a lady in here who mentioned bone broth, and I just want to touch on that. Yeah, bone broth's magnificent and it's highly nutritious. Like, all these things to extract the maximum from what you have. It's worth doing. It's worth learning about, and it's step by step. And I actually heard this one thing about American barbecue, and it's that before you make good barbecue, you make a lot of crap barbecue. And I think you can apply that to anything that we've discussed today. That if you've never gardened before and you take up gardening, you're probably rubbish at it for the first couple of seasons, but you'll only get better by experience and by mistakes and by learning about your local climate and your local your local environment, your local soils, what plants you do and don't plant. And just on the plant thing, briefly, learn about winter gardens and summer gardens. Like, for instance, my dad, he plants certain things to ripen at the the turn of the year, from throughout December and into January, and then he plants again so that he has a winter garden that is usually harvested between sort of May and the end of winter. And and his garden is always wonderful. It's full of broccoli and lettuce and asparagus, and he used to grow tomatoes, less so now, artichokes, perpetual spinach, and if you get plants that actually, if you cut them and they regrow, are even better, because they're just sort of self-sustaining. That's what perpetual spinach essentially is. You can grow all manner of things, and if you want to go to the next level, you plant pumpkins and you plant silver beet, and if you like, I mean, I don't obviously advocate nightshades and beans, because I don't. People know what I'm like, but if you have to get by, then you plant things like peas and broad beans, and you have gardens that are conducive with the cycles of nature and of the seasons.
And
All that
don't
matters.
don't be in a hurry about it. I'm sure you know this, because there are certain things you cannot hurry. You must plan ahead. You must pay attention to the seasons. That's why you have things like a farmer's almanac. But the point is, look into it and learn about it without that sense of urgency. For example, learn about it when you're not yet starving, so that you know how to do it while you've got the support structure around you. Like, I've got years and years and years of experience with handguns and shooting and practicing and all that kind of stuff from living in cities where you can get a firearms permit or whatever, but I'm very weak with long guns. So I've set myself in preparation before I start hunting, and I don't have some fancy AR or whatever for this. I've just got a lever action 44 Magnum, a Marlin. And I just have a paper target on the wall, and all I do daily is go in there for 15 minutes and do dry fire practice, planning ahead. Realize that you take your time at it, and I guarantee you I'm going to be better than most folks when I move it from dry firing to live ammunition, and then carry it out into the woods, step by step. Oh, and that, by the way, that brings to mind a question. I still want to leave it open if anybody wants to cover anything that was missed. But we did have a first question that relates to this. I want to see what you, Furious, and you, Woodlander, have to say about this. We had a question from Thomas saying, "I'd be interested to know what role hunting plays in the lifestyles of the non-Americans on the panel. Is it accessible to a wide section of the population?" So whichever one of you non-Americans wants to go first, please.
Well, we can hunt in the UK, but it's very strict and not widespread. you have shoots which are held so people can go and shoot birds and whatever, and you have culling of deer, which is licensed, so you have to have a license to go and shoot them. But it's not a big thing over here. No, hunting is not big in the UK. I'm not sure about in Australia. I'll pass it over to Furious.
I think we're a little less restrictive than Britain, fortunately. Although, yes, Jacob, a license is quite right. But restrictions do make things difficult. And as societies become more litigious and controlled, it becomes increasingly more difficult. Thankfully, we in Australia do have a bit more leeway. And, like say, for existence, there's a large urban population of Britain that just sort of finds the idea of hunting rather abhorrent, whereas I think here in Australia, sort of most middle of the road people kind of appreciate that Australia outside the cities is a much rather tougher continent, and we to some degree still have to live with the realities of our wildlife and our environment. So whether it's licensed hunters or whether it's farmers engaging in pest control, but like even in a seasonal sense, like farmers depending in whatever shire or whatever township they're from, they will actually say at the end of the harvest, when farmers have spare time, they will do like an annual rabbit hunt, for instance. That's still quite commonplace here. But there are creatures, for instance, and they're the creatures on our coat of arms. That's the emu and the kangaroo. That they can only be controlled in a licensed way, with permits and such, but still wreak havoc on our crops. And farmers are basically just expected to accept it and deal with it, and without lifting a finger. So there's that sort of contradiction. But no, we still, outside the cities, we still have a relatively strong, shooting and hunting and fishing culture, and thankfully, like, I don't really want to make this political, but like, for instance, we have a party in this country called the Fishers, Shooters and Farmers Party, which, if I'm ever pressed to have to cast my ballot for anyone, that's who it would theoretically be for, because at least those are people who emphasize three things that are important for people who live on the land. But nonetheless, I guess the point I'm trying to make is at least we have some kind of representation in that field as well. I would imagine in Britain that would be much less the case. I don't want to be presumptuous, Woodlander, but I'm just assuming that it's
no.
so.
Well, fishing is like completely missed out in this country. It's like a hobby. It's a major hobby as well. So they kind of just leave that alone as well, because they don't want to anger that side of.
They don't want to anger Morgoth. Can you imagine
no,
their reaction?
Yeah, they're not going to piss Morgoth off. But everything else is kind of by the way. I mean, you don't get hunters in the UK. I know a few, and they're licensed by the government to shoot deer, and they can shoot so many. And this is a culling exercise. This isn't hunting. Do you know what I mean? You can't go out and just shoot animals. It's just not done here, which is odd. But
yeah, free for those who can afford to do it on horseback.
Yes, yeah, right. Exactly that. But again, it's a restrictive thing, taking away the normal person's ability to feed themselves, and that's all it's ever been.
Exactly. And also, too, it's been supplementary, like what I mentioned about that old timer that we interviewed and talk about the depression. Like, imagine if he was unable to hunt rabbits, he would actually either not have survived the depression, or he would have had to walk off his little property and never become a farmer, that's just the reality of those times. Sammy, just before we continue, can I just answer a question that's directed at me? It's only brief.
Yeah, of course.
Jacob asked, do kangaroos wind up on the hood of your car as often as deer, or are they more clever than that? Well, because they're less tall than a deer, you look at the physiology of a kangaroo, they're quite like bottom heavy, like between their legs, and the fact that their torso sits low on their body.
Smash your radiators, right?
It goes into the hood, it goes into the front of the car, cave, like you say, Sammy, caves in the radiator, caves in the intercooler, just because I mean, you get a big boomer, they're big boys, they're freaking solid, and they'll total a car if you're unlucky enough, which is why in Australia we've sort of what we call a rhubarb, which is like a smaller size bull bar that you put on a rig or a truck, became commonplace in Australia because kangaroos are very much a hazard for that. And yes, it does actually happen with some degree of regularity, particularly in their breeding seasons, when they're sort of moving from bushland to bushland or from reserve to reserve. They'll hop over highways, and a bit like deer, they'll sort of look at a set of headlights and sort of stare at you, and then thump. There's a couple of grand's worth of damage.
Oh, nice. I'm going to have to get myself a truck and then get a rhubarb just so it's different. Order it from Australia. All the rednecks will be like, "What the hell's that, boy?" And I'll be like, "That's a rhubarb."
You got goddamn rhubarb, son.
Rhubarb. Yep. Well, gents, was there anything that you guys wanted to cover that we missed? And then I'll open it up to questions. So if you guys have any questions in the chat, start plugging them in, and I'll try to accumulate them and ask them of the panel.
Well, we didn't talk about climate at all. Climate is definitely something you have to take into consideration. That's going to be a different challenge depending on where you're at, and some places are going to be easier than others.
Yeah, you're snuffling. You're snuffling. You're shoveling snow already, right?
Not yet. It's still melting on the ground, but the shoveling is definitely going to happen soon enough. But in addition to that, there's all sorts of other preparations that go into dealing with snow, right? And then even if you're homesteading like back in Louisiana or something, like you're gonna have to be ready to deal with hurricanes, right? If you're building a little hut to live in or whatever, right, you're gonna have to build it up to spec to deal with that. So you definitely want to be over prepared, especially your first year, for whatever your particular climb has in terms of challenges, because every single place is going to have its own unique challenges. If you guys, I'm sure you're familiar with Devon Stack, living out in the desert in Arizona or whatever, right? That has some pretty extreme challenges in terms of water, and then there's rattlesnakes and things like that. So definitely be aware of what the particular climate-related issues are going to be in your area.
Yeah, that's something I've noticed with my own spot, which is more or less it's maybe just a hair south of the latitude I was on before, and it's sort of at the tail end of the Appalachians because I wanted to stay within sight of that. So I'm actually on a ridge that connects to the very end of the Appalachians where I am. So I thought it would be very much like what I was used to over in Georgia. And simply because the soil's different and it's a different type of forest, I'm still, to Woodlander's point about like, do you ever walk outside and just sort of look at things and just sort of sit there looking at it? I'm still adjusting to this forest because it's almost completely, I mean, 85% ish, it's deciduous. And I was used to being around forests that had a lot more pine in them. And these trees are they're a little odd. They're just different. And it's its own little sort of micro climate, or I don't know, that's not even the term, but the flora here, and consequently the things that come up around it, the fauna, etc., are different. And so in addition to the climate aspects, if you have the possibility, if you have the opportunity to do so, like Charlemagne was talking about, his friends went up to where he went to, apparently as a Louisiana boy. He's like, I'm getting the furthest fuck away from a Louisiana climate that I can. But they went up and they actually walked the land, apparently, to get a look at what they've been looking at online for for me, I didn't have much of a chance because uh, not much of a chance to walk the land and get a feel for it beforehand, because I had to pounce. The situation, and I'm sure it's still similar, was such that when I found something good, I had to just move and cross my fingers and hope that many of the things that I would do diligence on, that I would do due diligence on had I had the time, I wasn't able to do it. But if you can, at least find the area that you've narrowed down, and walk land in that region to see what it's like. I'm pretty sure I've gotten lucky here. Um, and everything seems to be fine so far, but I had to jump on it and couldn't find out first. And I guess what I'm saying is, in addition to that idea of the general climate, each of these different areas, this is mother nature. It's not just a set of categories where you punch your card and you get X thing. Every place has its own unique vibes and unique aspects, depending on what side of the ridge you're on. Does the sun hit that side of the ridge or not? Is the soil the type that grows the kind of plants you're used to or not? And then, like I said, all those other critters come with that basic environment.
Yeah, and it's like, here are your trees healthy, or do your trees have diseases? Do you have bug infections? What's the actual biodiversity like? How far down is the well water? What's the quality of that water? All these different factors you wouldn't really think of. Like, if you're buying land in the suburbs, you're, looking at the quality of the house, you're not thinking about whether or not your trees are sick. But, that's a problem here and probably where you are, that, you need to look into when you're buying property. Whether or not there's a house on it or whether there's nothing on it, you have to pay attention to all these factors that you might not have even thought about beforehand, that have to
Yeah,
do
like
with Mother Nature.
per- percolation tests for installing a septic tank, and what kind of games you're going to have to play to get a permit for septic issued, all kinds of things like that. And I know I'm sure we have a number of actual country people in the chat who are just sort of patiently listening to city people get their heads around it. But we're trying, we're trying to figure out what's actually involved.
Yeah, absolutely. If I can just touch on, I mean, I a few times I kind of did mention sort of climate, but I didn't really sort of focus on it in the way that Charlie did, and that's all true, and that's all very relevant. And sadly, we haven't. I suppose there isn't a whole lot to talk about it, but it's definitely worth mentioning. I mean, we could have delved into it more, particularly because I suppose between Britain, Australia, and the US, we all live in relatively different environs and sort of biospheres of sorts.
Yeah,
Certainly climates.
we're not surrounded by the largest variety of the most poisonous creatures on earth like you are.
Yes, and then I jump in the water and there's box jellyfish and sharks. So
Yeah, and
no escaping it.
there's also a damn sea
Uh,
snake there that's the most venomous creature on earth, isn't
yes,
there?
and that's if we get into the actual seawater, because our sea urchins are the most poisonous as well. So they'll paralyze a man in his, all the way up through his leg and his torso if you step on them.
Charming. Yes, well, go back to climate then, rather than terrify everyone with stories of...
No, I'm actually going to go to something more wholesome, because we'll talk about sort of climes and biodiversity. And if insofar that one is able, there are a few creatures which are very important. And I think the three most important, actually, well, certainly important from an indicative perspective. Frogs will detect, and that's why they're our friends. Frogs will detect a diminishing of sound water supply. And when frogs feel, because obviously they're amphibious, when they can no longer, pardon the way I phrase this because it's erroneous, but I'm tired. When they can't place faith in the reliability of a local water source, they will leave that source of water. And of course, if insofar that you're able, if you have, say, some sheep or some cattle who drink from water, try and avoid water that is of poor quality or brackish. And if you're able to access, or even if you're able to build using sort of contour or levee banks, like an ability to sort of recharge, if you have like a pond or you create a dam of some kind to sort of create a local water source that's healthy for livestock and for water birds, ducks, and so forth. And of course, like I said, the frogs will be a part of that. Secondly is bees. Bees are fundamental to pollination, and because of the wide use of pesticides, insecticides, and fungicides, and for developmental reasons and a whole bunch of other reasons, bees have really been in retreat for a long time and have been suffering, and we require bees for pollination, and bees are also indicative of a healthy environment. And if you actually become adept at beekeeping, honey is another, if you're looking to make, we actually speaking of things we haven't talked about, we've barely talked about productivity and the wealth generation side of it. Not that you're in this to be wealthy, but we do need means to some extent, and honey is valuable, and honey is a resource in its own right. Honey can also be used medicinally, and it's a nice thing to cook and eat because honey is actually delicious. So there's that. And the third thing is birds. Birds more often than not birds tend to populate or frequent areas that they consider to be not exactly prosperous, but places that are vibrant and conducive to their prosperity. Like birds, and I mean, this is why also if you have fruit trees, you should build a shelter, because birds will absolutely massacre fruit because they love the fructose and love like digging out the stone, the stones in stone fruit and pecking holes in it. But birds love fruit, so you want to cover your fruit trees. But that notwithstanding, birds are indicative of a healthy environment. Also, a bit like frogs, birds will be mindful of water and access to water, particularly the water birds, as aforementioned. But things like honeysuckers and I mean, we have different breeds in Australia. We have sort of lorikeets and galahs and cockatoos and that sort of thing. But there could be butcher birds. There could be sort of certain species of parrots. Whatever you have in your local environment, they'll be present where the local environment is healthy, and that's a good indicator. You just need to protect your plants in the instance that you have the birds.
Nice. Look at
bloody oath.
Bloody. Yes. Strange. Strange
Well
people in upside down land. Well, Woodlander, Charlemagne, was there anything you wanted to add before I ask these people if they got any questions?
Yeah, I'm going to go one last thing, which is self-sufficiency, which is something I think we've seen the importance of over the last couple of months nationally. But when you look at the energy crisis and the pipelines and what's happened recently, it would have been much better if Europe had been self-sufficient in energy. And it's much better for you personally to be self-sufficient. And I think people get a wrong idea of what sufficiency is, because what you need is food, water, and shelter. And that's not a lot. If you can provide yourself with food, water, and shelter, you are self-sufficient. And then you can add to that. You can add luxuries to that. But to be sufficient in food, water, and shelter should be a fairly basic thing for most people to be able to do.
Quite right, Woodlander. I couldn't agree with you more. And I think, sadly, sometimes we're a bit scared or intimidated by it, but we at least have to try. And sort of like I said before, you'll make mistakes. You just have to learn from them, and don't be afraid of making mistakes. Because what's the I think the old quote that it's human to err is just you can't remain in error, and a part of that process is learning. Don't be afraid, people.
To err is human, and since forgiving is divine, you can always take comfort in the fact that if your kombucha turns out shit, God will forgive you, right? So
That's right.
There is that. Well, do we have any other questions, peoples? Since we have these folks here, I'll go ahead and see if anyone else throws any out there, and yeah,
whilst we wait for some questions, can I share 2 quotations that I think probably summarize this conversation well and summarize our position? Would you mind if I took a slightly philosophical stance?
Of course you may, and of course I do not mind.
Well, I will do it in reverse order. Thomas Aquinas said, "The times are never so bad that a good man cannot live in them." And St. Augustine of Hippo Regius said, "Bad times, hard times, this is what people keep saying, but let us live well, and times shall be good. We are the times. Such as we are, such are the times." And that's not to say that things won't get worse and things won't become more difficult and hard, and that we will not suffer our setbacks, our tribulations, our hardships, even our anguishes and our tragedies. But for fear of those things, are we just going to sit on our hands and do nothing? We have more power in our hands, and we realize even at a time where people like us find ourselves, silenced and isolated and, suffering the consequences of overreach, we still have a power of our own, and we should never, ever lose sight of that. I'm not saying that should be a delusion. I'm not saying that you will not, suffer those things and that things will be hunky-dory. They won't be. But you, to at least some degree, have control of your destiny. And like our friend Woodlander has done, and like Charlie and yourself have done, Semi, and like, I suppose, me in my own way am doing more in like a sort of family context, we set about doing those things, and we be unafraid of making mistakes. And when we do make them, we learn from them. But we choose to, to do that Caesar moment. We come to the Rubicon, we deliberate on it deservedly, and then we cross through the water without batting an eyelid. And we have to learn to do that. And even if it's uncomfortable, we have to nonetheless strive to do that.
Absolutely. When you come up to the Rubicon, just say, "Hey, fellas, hold my beer." Cross that shit.
Right? Hold my vino, or my Venus,
Yeah, Weenum, that V is a W, right?
Of course, yes. How terrible of me to forget my classical Latin.
Was it
in vino veritas,
Right. It doesn't sound quite as cool when you say "wainy, weighty, winky."
So, nah, that's just stupid. No, don't pronounce it like that.
Well, that's probably how they did.
Yeah, but you should mispronounce Latin to make it sound cool.
Well, and the other thing is, it's a great line actually that I remember. He was some professor of Latin. I want to say it was like at Oxford or Cambridge or something, and somebody asked this professor how one pronounces ancient Latin, and he said, "With great authority," meaning nobody really fucking knows, but apparently they have worked it out now with comparative and historical linguistics. Well, then I have
sorry, I've just got something in the chat, if I may. Sorry, Semi. Someone's a couple of people been talking about the Amish, and yeah, it's tragic that the Amish have kept their way of life intact for a long time. And now the FDA is starting to tighten the screws and clamp down their way of life. And, oh, sorry, you have, raw milk, and, you don't use sprays. And, in 2022, they're finally clamping down on the perfidious Amish. Like, yeah, it's going to be rough, guys. And sadly, the innocent will become the persecuted. But such is our times, as in the wise words of Aquinas and Augustine.
Yeah, expect them to just pop on by to check to make sure that you not only have the rainbow dildo up your ass, but
if you had your glyphosate bath this morning, you know.
yeah, all the fucking horror shows of all of it. Yeah, I shouldn't speak that way. It's vulgar, but they do seem to, want you to obey with a bobbing, rainbow-colored dildo waggling. Yes, the sign of our times. Well, we do have a question from a Saramer. Saramer. I don't know how one pronounces that. It's for Woodlander, or it's prompted by a remark of Woodlander's. The question is, Woodlander lamented the fact that cash is becoming increasingly challenging to use. Have you looked into electronic private internet cash? Epic Cash is Bitcoin perfected for the coming storm. Before Woodlander answers, I look with a yellow fucking eye on all this stuff about transactions that are digital and can be tracked under color of some notion that they can't be. But I'll let Woodlander and then anyone else jump in on it. I imagine Charlemagne probably has a pro crypto stance. So what do you think, gents?
Well, I'll answer it. Yeah, I've looked at crypto, and no, it's no different from normal currency, from what I can see. At the moment, cash is the only way I can deal outside of the system, and they're reducing that every single day. So, yes, I've looked at crypto. No, I don't like it. It's a personal thing. I can't see how it won't. Well, it's going to be co-opted. We know it's going to be co-opted because they're going to bring in digital currencies into the central banks. So it's just, no, it doesn't work for me. I want a completely anonymous form of currency, and cash
Otherwise known
is
as
it. Yes. And that's what I want.
I always used to think it was my old friend Tim's expression. It's like they're going to get rid of cash, and he's like, they're never going to completely get rid of cash because politicians need to take bribes. And I always took comfort in that assertion. But it seems now that they really are moving in on it. I don't use credit cards for very rarely. I've got one and I try not to use it. And I just go to the bank and I get cash out and then I spend it. And I find that it's a wonderful way to do things, because when you say, I want to buy something and somebody has it for sale, there's all kinds of things you can do with cash that you can't with all this other nonsense. You can take the cash out, for instance, and have the wad that you're offering to give them visible to them. And then as they start to talk to you about how they're not interested, I learned these things in the Grand Bazaar, by the way, you can begin to put the money back in your pocket. And it's very much like, I don't know if anybody's ever played with a cat. There's a point at which you're jiggling something in front of it and it won't be interested, but right as the thing is about to get out of its line of sight or go around something or disappear, it has to pounce. So, cash allows you to do these kinds of things where you're like, oh yeah, I'll buy that from you. I'll buy it now. That's how I bought this property. I was like, do you want to sell it? And they're like, yeah. And they're like, well, I'll give you an offer that's 1,000 over your best. And they're like, well, how are you going to finance it? I'm like, I'll pay you cash. That works wonderfully, but it does seem as though they're trying to close down those routes. Charlemagne, do you have anything you want
to see? The med master race have been onto this, with avoiding paying tax and doing transactions in cash, like the Greeks and the Italians are.
Oh yeah, I noticed that in Greece. Everything is like, hey, listen, I want to borrow your tractor for 2 days and I'll give you, 6 gallons of olive oil. Or, you go to the store and you find out that at the gas station shop, so to speak, they're selling tsiporo out of the back. They make their own hooch, and you can just bring your empty plastic water bottles and they'll fill them up for you and sell it for cheap.
Based
med supremacy.
Yeah, on crypto coins. I mean, if you think cryptocurrency is actually going to help us in some way in terms of like traditionalism, right-wing politics, I mean, you're just a you're just an idiot, frankly. Like crypto is a useful tool for financial speculation. I mean, I've definitely done it. I hodl some crypto. I'm not buying anymore. I mean, frankly, once I started saving for my property, I stopped buying any financial instruments. And once I got the property, it's like, well, now I'm just investing in real things like lumber and other actual improvements to the property. So, like, why would I buy any of these financial instruments?
Yeah, you can trade ammo when the apocalypse comes. Sock your ammo away, sock your whiskey away, do it that way.
And it's like,
But
why? Well, the main problem with cryptocurrency is every transaction you make is globally public to everyone. Why would you want that? I mean, that's like the antithesis of what we want. Like,
but
so what if? Yeah,
crypto is just another commodity. It's no different from anything else that's available on the stock exchange. It's just a commodity that you can make money on, which is fine if you want to make a bit of money or lose a bit of money. But it's not something I can walk into my local store and go, right, can I have that fishing rod? I'll give you some Bitcoin. Because they go, no, I want dollars or pounds or francs or whatever. So I can't use it. It's completely useless apart from being a commodity I can trade on the stock exchange. It's rubbish.
Yeah, and what do you do if the power goes out? I mean, a lot of people will say, "What do you do if the power goes out with your cash?" Well, fair enough. You probably use your cash for a little while before everybody figures out it's no longer the standard. But there are all kinds of other things. I mean, I hate to say it, but liquor and tobacco and ammunition are things that there is always going to be a market for. Just make sure you stock it back in spam cans that are airtight.
yeah, and then on the other side, I mean, you do have some people who are like terrified of crypto for some reason, like it's gonna just completely control us. I mean, if they want to control us with digital currency, they're gonna do that anyway, whether or not people are buying Bitcoin and stuff. I mean, I kind of just view cryptocurrency as, like you said, just another commodity. I mean, is a thing that can be used for useful purposes. I'm not sure anyone's ever figured out what those actually are yet. And it can be also used as a tool of oppression, just like the internet itself has been. So I don't really have like any view of cryptocurrency other than that it's a technology we've made that can be used for a variety of purposes. But I mean, it's weird to see people think that crypto is going to help us at all, because this is like some weird libertarian thinking, because like essentially the selling point of crypto is like not having a central bank. But I would have thought that most people have kind of moved past the significance of such things at this point.
Yeah, it's the non-debatable argument, like the keeping it intact and making it the idea of a so-called means of exchange being non-debatable in the same way that central banks will debase currency, for example.
It's all a bunch of nonsense as far as I'm concerned. I spent enough time dealing in antiques, and I learned about the whole concept of value. I mean, I watched some of the people I learned under, dealing and haggling and dealing with antiques, and that goes for people working at flea markets in the U.S. who are their own species of, crooked as a dog's hind leg, eager to get over on each other, and going to places like Istanbul and trading antiques and buying shit in the Grand Bazaar. And I just watched how the price would balloon when you could tell a story about something, and how the price would be nothing when somebody didn't know what it was. Somebody tells a story about how this yataghan was used in the siege of Vienna. Suddenly, everybody wants to spend, $2,000-$3,000 more on it. And, by the same token, because this beautiful Ottoman bıçak, this kind of small dagger, was mislabeled at an antique shop as a letter opener, they only wanted $50 for it. But value is really, it's like beauty is in the eye of the beholder, so is the value. And if you bear that in mind, it's all so relative, so fundamentally relative, that the idea that anything would be pegged to a stable measure of value, it's one thing if you're talking about a currency policy, sure. Relatively speaking, it will be relatively more stable than something else, like gold backed currency versus fiat or something. But at the level of human interactions, it's all about when you choose to buy it, when you choose to sell it, who you choose to buy it from, to whom you choose to sell it. It's, the I don't know. I've just never been big into the crypto thing. Maybe
Well, I thought
other people.
people have figured out some cool uses for it. I mean, like, I thought NFTs were very stupid until I saw Millennial Woes, create his NFT to sort of fund his series of streams last year for Millennial, and I thought that was a neat uh, way to, basically have people patronize the arts, right? Like,
Speaking of white stags, that was a white stag, wasn't it? That's the one he
it
did?
was, yeah. It
Right.
was very cool NFT actually. And yeah, I thought that was kind of a neat way to sort of formalize the process buys the
Look with
NFT. They're on the record forever being like the patron of Millennial that year. And that's kind of a neat token of prestige that is can't really be denied because of the nature of cryptocurrency. So there are some interesting ways you can use the technology for like prestige purposes. So I think it'd be cool if he sold another token this year. So I could see some limited uses like that. So I'm definitely not entirely against the technology.
Right, and it's important to keep an open mind anyway, or something will go skating past you that you'll miss. My thing is just I'm old enough now, and I've seen enough shit come and go that that I tend to want to focus on the things that are eternal. Well, let's see. I'll give them one last chance to throw in further questions. If we get some, we'll keep going. If not, we can wrap it up. But while I'm waiting to see if there are any last questions, I saw some people talking about moonshine and hooch and stuff, so I thought I'd tell a joke about that. There is it's one of my few Appalachian jokes. Um, there's a revenuer who gets up in the hills, and I'm sorry for people who are not from the United States. These are people who were sent up to identify people during the Prohibition who were making illegal liquor. And they often do so sneaking up, trying to be all cunning, trying to be undercover or whatever. So in this joke, there's this revenuer who gets up into the hills, and he's in a way rural area, way up in the hills, and he's come up this dirt road, and he comes up to this house, and up on that porch is a boy sitting there with a piece of grass in his mouth he's chewing on, and the revenuer is like, hey, I want to get myself some whiskey, can you figure out can you tell me where I might be able to get some? And the kid says, well, you go up this pathways, it's about a half mile up in there. You'll come up on a building with some people there who might be able to help you. And the kid said, it'll be $5. And the revenuer said, well, can I pay you when I come back? And the kid said, you ain't coming back. So sorry. Yeah. Nobody will get that joke.
That's one, Sammy.
So do we have any further questions, people? I forgot the jokes don't work when there's no laughter.
I have to say I have been sent a stern message from one of my relatives who actually watches this channel. It's like, how did you forget jam? And yes, I did forget jam. Jam making is another thing if you grow fruit. So do not forget jam, people. Another wonderful way to preserve things.
Oh yeah, and jam is necessary. I got my blueberries growing.
And it's delicious.
got to figure out how to get them to produce more. Need them to produce more blueberries, but I'll move on to that next. First, I got a clear brush. Any questions, peoples? We've got the mighty Woodlander here in the house from Britain. We've got Furius Pertinax from down under. We have Charlemagne from out in the wilds of Montana, where he's growing dental floss. We have this wonderful panel. Take your chances now, peoples. This is your last opportunity. Gentlemen, while we're waiting, we'll see if we get any last ones. Can you tell us all about whatever projects you might have coming up? What's next on your channel? What you're planning on doing next? Maybe start with Charlemagne.
Well, definitely
Uh-oh. Oh, no. Just as he
Charlie dropped
started.
out. He'll come back. It happened a couple times before, and it was
Oh,
only a
did I cut
moment.
out?
Yeah, you did. Can you start again?
Definitely check out this thing that you've seen promoted called the Old Glory Club. It's been promoted rather mysteriously, but keep an eye on that as the midterms approach. Some Americans are doing some, including me, are doing some very cool stuff that you're going to be looking forward to. And yeah, I do have a Substack if you want to subscribe there for free and paid articles. If you want to support me, it's very much appreciated. And I do actually have an about page with cryptocurrency addresses on it if anyone wants to donate crypto. I don't really advertise that because I don't know. I'm just not a very like money grubbing person. But if you do want to donate, it's very appreciated because you know, it is expensive buying all this lumber, so it's very appreciated if you do donate anything. But that's all I've really got to promote for now.
Yeah, you and I, Charlemagne, we need to sit at the feet of the Persian and tune our skills to properly monetize all this. Perhaps I will turn to that soon. Furious, what do you have? What do you have coming next?
Things with AM have taken a step back, actually, quite conveniently for me, because I'll be working out of the city for the next sort of month and a half. So, yes, I believe AM he has a bunch of lectures and discussions lined up. I will be, I think, on one, providing I have internet access, and that will be a historical analysis of the movie Valkyrie. You know, the Tom Cruise being German movie about the failed Stauffenberg plot of 1944. Yeah, I don't think I've actually got anything immediately on my agenda. I know, there's, there's always people around, Morgoth doing movie reviews, or, occasionally something will pop up on UO, and one of us usually gets dragged on. But no, I have nothing sort of immediately myself on. Yeah, I think it's easy sailing until the new year. So, if you fancy some bands and some nonsense, I obviously have my Twitter. But no, I think it's been a wonderful chat, Sammy Gog. It's been a wonderful idea, and I think we've all added something, and it's been wonderful to meet Woodlander, and Charlie's always a wonderful asset. And yeah, thanks for facilitating this, Sammy Gog. It's been wonderful.
Always, sir. It is my pleasure. Woodlander.
Well, I'm going to be working extensively with the group I've got, which is trying to buy land collectively, similar to what Charlemagne's done, a few more people and not as much land, to be quite honest. But I think we can do it. And if we can get it, we can actually start in the UK to build a community. And if we can build a community, we can start to build a culture once again. And I think that's what we need to do. I think that's what all of us individually are doing, which is going back to the land and regenerating our culture. And if we can do it with a few more people, then we stand a chance. But I don't think there's a political answer to the problem we're in. But I think there is a way that we can do it through community and through people, because we're still here.
By God, we are. We have not. We refuse to go quietly into the night, right?
Yeah.
We must rage against the dying light, gentlemen.
Indeed. Well, I've got a few. I agree with that, certainly. I've got a few questions here. Let's see if we can run through them quickly. The first one is from son of Hastur. Saying Hastur just feels wrong for me because he's unspeakable. But this one is and I, before even reading the question, I want to assert that we in no way endorse or even countenance the breaking of laws or regulations, any kind of civil requirements of any kind. But there's a question: have any of you had any issues with zoning or needing town or state approval for anything you build? Quick responses, gents.
Oh yeah.
I broke all of them.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's of course just a joke. We don't know anything about Woodlander's circumstances. I'm sure that he's got all his T's crossed and his I's dotted.
He just has a remarkable and dashingly British sense of humor.
Charlie?
Oh yeah, just one more thing to shill any hot blonde single women who didn't take the injection. Charlemagne 69 on Twitter. Not that there are any girls watching the stream. I mean, let's get real.
With 69 at the end there, they're going to be like, well, it was just Charlemagne and I wasn't going to do it. But as soon as I heard it was Charlemagne 69, I had to respond. Yeah,
I think probably the better call that would be to any married women who are watching this, and you have blonde, blue-eyed relatives who are single and unjabbed. And also that is true for Australia, by the way. I'll echo that sentiment.
Okay, now there are a couple of questions here that are not really related directly to the concept of the stream, so I'm going to skip those simply because unless it's an Ask Me Anything, I like for the label on the bottle or the cover on the book to describe what people are going to get. So I'm not going to wind off into these other questions. Get me on an Ask Me Anything stream, folks, and I'd be happy to get into the other types of questions. Dawn Browning, Field Marshal Dawn Browning, also from deep down under, asks, does Charlemagne have a chainsaw? And if so, how does he power it? First off, before I pass it off to Charlemagne, I'm going to express my displeasure with you not asking whether I have chainsaws. I have two, Ms. Browning. But Charlemagne, how do you want to answer that?
One of my friends owns the chainsaw. I haven't actually used it yet. I mean, we haven't really had need to. Well, they had to do some chainsawing. I haven't had to chop down any trees. Well, I guess we cut down some small trees initially in my spot with a chainsaw. I mean, I just power it. What is it? It's gasoline powered. I mean, it's not mine. I'll probably get one eventually. Kind of a weird question. Like, you probably want a chainsaw if you're living in the woods.
Definitely.
Yeah. And I did note that when I was talking about cutting down rotted big trees that are still standing, everybody's like, be careful. Yes, I know they will kill your ass if you are stupid. And just watching a few YouTube videos is really not what you want to be doing there, where experience is called for. And it also helps to have someone else there keeping an eye on the damn thing while you're working it. So yeah, I'll take care of my chainsaw things very carefully. Let's see here. What's the next one? Did I miss? This is actually a very interesting question by Alabaster. Have any of you guys had the misfortune of having a bad or uncooperative neighbor? Charlemagne, you're not allowed to include your previous neighbors before you move to where you are.
No, my neighbors are very helpful. They're letting us use their well actually to fill up our water tanks because we do not have a well yet, which isn't great, but is what it is.
That's nice. That's very nice. That means that, people want to be on your good side going forward. But the rest of this question, and it's an important one because, if you end up next to an asshole and it's your forever home, you're going to be real unhappy about it. The Alabaster adds, it might be prudent to get the gist of people around before you buy. The individualist types can be hard work. Furius or Woodlander, do you have anything to observe on that?
Yeah, I'll chip in. All of my neighbors have been absolutely wonderful, man. They all knew what I was doing because here's the thing as well, right? Don't bullshit them. Tell them what you're doing. So I told them what I was going to do. So I told them I was going to build a cabin, and the bloke next door said, that's cool, but don't build it too close to the boundary. So I said, well, how far away do you want me to build it? He said, well, couple of meters. So I built it a couple of meters away from the boundary to his line, and I've never had a problem. But the beautiful thing is, if I did ever have a problem, I have a woodland, and they would never ever find the body.
That wacky joker again. That wacky woodlander just coming at us again with those wacky jokes. It's just
that
crazy.
bloody British home, I tell you what, absolutely fantastic.
Right. Also, Woodlander's system is going in and out again.
Oh no.
He had this earlier. He's going to bounce back and forth here, and I think finally it will stabilize.
Actually, he's been fortunate. It actually hasn't happened up until right till the end here, thankfully.
Yeah, it was happening at the beginning, or else the black helicopters are going to be coming after him. Yeah, you just
see that's why you shouldn't joke about licensing in Britain. But anyway,
absolutely not. I saw somebody had a question earlier about like Britain having a tradition of poaching, and I was like, I ain't going anywhere near that.
Yes.
I do see BDB is talking about like, you know, being careful with a chainsaw, and other people are saying that there's clothing where the fibers, you know, stop the chainsaw.
Yeah, you need chainsaw pants. If you're going to use a chainsaw, which I have, get chainsaw pants.
I've got the chaps. Yeah, I've got all the gear for when you're dealing with when you're
the shorter the sleeves, the better. Like, just you don't want dragging cloth anywhere near a chainsaw blade.
Yeah, but I think everybody sort of missed the point in the chat that my issue is not the problem with the chainsaw so much that you have to obviously be alert. It's trees and big ass half rotted trees. When you try to cut them down, they can fall on you and kill you. Not to mention
for sure.
branches.
I actually cut down a small tree by hand, having never cut down a tree before. I figured it would be a good idea to sort of understand the mechanics a bit before using something like a chainsaw. So any chainsawing that's been done has been done by others so far. I mean, I have used a chainsaw before, but not to actually cut down the tree. So
I've got a couple of them.
Trees.
Yeah, and I'll fell, smaller trees, and I'll buck stuff that's fallen if it's not all bent up and under pressure and stuff. But yeah, I'm not going to rush into that. Boy, I hope
exactly. And it's also worth gaining proficiency, with things in like chainsaws and axes and hatches and even just power tools, generally speaking. Just be don't be indecisive with them, but don't be hasty. Just take care with what you're doing and use it with, like, I know this sounds a bit ridiculous, but use it with sort of caution but conviction. Like, because something with power tools, so you don't want like half-ass cuts and whatever. You actually want to be a bit decisive with cuts, but don't be clumsy, don't be half-witted, don't be rushed. You have to use tools in a certain way, and such as something like an axe. It seems rudimentary, but I was sort of chopping firewood and small trees, when I was grade 4, 5, 6, and my grandfather showed me how to do it, who actually cleared our farm by his own hand, so I learned from the best. But they're useful skills to have, as rudimentary as they sound, but learn to use them with diligence and with care, and don't be clumsy, and always watch out around you, and particularly if you have children, be careful of the backswing, and even for them. And it's obviously true of firearms too, but it's true of even things like axes. Like, if children are around them, coach them about the fundamentals of how dangerous a blade is, and to show caution. Because I know we haven't really even touched on that, particularly if one has a family, but those things are vital. Like, accidents do happen, and they happen to adults as much as they do children. So just something to keep in mind as well, if that's the avenue one is going towards.
Yeah, and it's the same thing I was saying earlier. When you're by yourself, you want to be extra careful, because no one is going to keep an eye out for you. If I screw something up, nobody's going to be worried. Nobody's going to make a call. It'll probably be a week before anyone notices. I'll be swollen down at the bottom of the hill. So yeah, it's necessary to be careful with all these things. Hence my current research on the proper angle for steel targets and stuff. So yes, it's a fine thing to be in the country.
Just on that note, if I may, Semigog, if one has access to, like, if you're a family or a group of people who actually have, machinery, let's just say you might have bought a secondhand tractor, or you might have a loader of some kind, using those, using that kind of machinery is in some ways actually quite a lot safer. Again, I would urge people to watch YouTube and watch experts using this stuff first, but they're good ways of mitigating danger if you have them, by the way. That's something worth keeping in mind as well.
Yeah, never rush. Oh shit. Woodlanders just went out again. Yeah, we'll see if it sticks. Is it working? Are you staying, Woodlander, or are you going to disappear again?
I'm in for the moment anyway, so I'm sorry about that. I don't know what happened.
Oh, no problem. It probably had something to do with your saying of things that should always remain unspoken.
Yeah, well, man.
Disappearing in the wood. Yes. Well, okay. Well, it sounds like we covered the questions, and we're rolling up here on 4 hours, which is, given an unpopular opinion stream a run for its money. So it's probably a good time to let everybody go. I know it's much. I don't even know what time it is down in Oz, and I'm sure it's getting pretty late for the Woodlanders. So, gentlemen's, do you? Is there anything else you want to say about shilling your channels? Let's start with Furius Pertinax. Promote something, goddammit.
Oh, well, I did kind of half shill before, but yes, for those
shill again.
I will shill again. Of course, follow the academic agent. No, I'm mostly on a channel called Apostolic Majesty. If you are not familiar with him, I strongly urge you to have a look at his stuff and to watch his documentaries and discussions and to subscribe. He is wonderfully intelligent and erudite and well-read, far too modest for his own good. But his work is fantastic. And for those of you who have an active interest in history, I think his channel is one of the best, particularly for people who, sort of think as we do and have the approximal beliefs that we do. And they're very elucidating, and I'm very privileged to work with himself and mostly Columba as well. And I mean, Charlie, you've been on, I think, once or twice, and Semi, I know you've had a few appearances, particularly streams pertaining to Anatolia and Circassia and Ottoman related things. So that's been wonderful.
Absolutely. And, love that channel. Great channel.
And yes,
everyone should subscribe.
Exactly. And if you don't have an interest in history, I recommend that you have a look at it anyway, because it may spark an interest. And I think a great deal of people being sort of oriented towards traditionalism or perennialism and this notion of return, history gives us a great basis. And I always find that the more you understand about history, the more you learn about what's being taken from us, and where humans or our kind or our, people of our group and our culture are, where we are more properly rooted. And I did obviously start the stream by sort of talking about ideas of, the European man and mythos and the ties of the earth, and it plays into that. And I think the more, it's only for me, I can't speak for others, but so far as I'm concerned, the only ever more I've read about history and learnt about it, the more I've realized these things to be true, and that the things that have been foisted upon us have been false. So it's a journey, in some ways it comes with its own costs and its own sacrifices, but you ultimately learn the right way. So it's a trade I'm willing to make, and perhaps you are as well.
Amen. Charlemagne?
Yeah, I already showed a couple times, but charlemagne.substack.com. Old Glory Club. Look out for Old Glory Club. That's a big, exciting project that's going to promote the national interest of the United States of America, which is, of course, the greatest country in the world.
America. Can you tell us actually anything more about that, or is that a still pending reveal?
You can follow the Twitter account, which exists now, and there should be a YouTube channel created and a Substack created. I don't have the URL on me, but just follow. Pretty much follow any American in my sphere, and you'll probably start seeing it promoted on Twitter. So you can find your way there. And yeah, there's gonna be some videos coming out on the midterms day, November 7th. I will be doing one of them along with Red Hawk, and some other people are going to be doing videos as well. So yeah.
Right on. Looking forward to it. And before I turn it over to the Woodlander, I do want to say that I saw I Miss Nick Plur mentioned that the Prudentialist is on. And as a matter of fact, I'm sorry to say, I think I stepped on the toes of the beginning of his stream. So I do want to throw a nod his way. Prudentialist is live now. So you guys who are in the know, definitely zoot on over here as soon as this is done and check out his stream. Prudentialist is a peep, and by the same token, I want to promote his channel as well. Academic Agents, as Furius said earlier, I wouldn't even know Charlemagne and Furius at this point really without AA. So before we wrap, Woodlander, hopefully you are still coming through and you can throw a last.
I'm still here, my friend. Right. Thank you for having me on, and it's been really, really good to talk to Charlemagne and Furious and yourself, Semiagog. I think this is probably the best way forward for our people, and we need to push it, and we need to promote it. So thank you for this, and I would expect all four of us to be promoting and pushing self-sufficiency, buying land as an alternative to buying a house and living in suburbia. Thank you very much, my friend.
Right, as a brilliant alternative to otherwise just bending over and taking it. Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
Let us hope that we can do that in future in places as far afield as Australia, the British Isles, Montana, and even here in my little corner of the South. The last little spot where I can still get myself a piece of the Appalachians and stay in view of them. Yeah, gentlemen, thank you.
Semi-Gog, if I may just tap onto what Woodlander said, I want to quote a friend of mine. What we're proposing is the alternative to getting out of the coom pod, which is what cities have turned into. So consider it viable, guys. It might be the best route forward. Well, actually, no, it is.
Yeah, absolutely. I will not be going back. It's much like moving out of your parents' house. You don't go back. It's much like going into business for yourself. You don't go back. And
I mean, unless you're Greek, but then that's a separate discussion.
Oh, well, easy now. I got me some Greek blood. Easy now. Okay, gents, thank you all again very much. Everybody go follow the Woodlander. Check out his channel. Charlemagne likewise, not excluding his Substack, which he is working hard to promote. Furious, under, I believe it's at Furius Pertinax, has a Twitter account as well. He's always promoting Apostolic Majesty, and I'm certainly all for that. Say what?
Nothing.
All right. That was a wardrobe malfunction. I caught you in the midst of swallowing, apparently having a drink. Okay, gentlemen, thank you all very much again for being with us. Thanks to all of the viewers. Thanks very much to the Praetorian Chads who support my channel, not least among them Angela P., who very kindly and generously supported the channel here recently. The Praetorian Chads appear in the opening, and I did not thank them at the outset because I wanted to get in here and get this started. But yeah, thanks, everybody. Until next time, I am Semiagog, and I am out.